colleagues, dear friends, and dear scholars. I'm glad to be here. My name is Aigars Lielbārdis. I'm a researcher at the Archive of Latvian Folklore, and I'm going to chair this first session this morning. So it's going to, seems to be very quite interesting, I believe, like others. We're going to speak about Polesie, about Baltic archaeologist Gimbutienė, about Phonograph recordings in Estonia archive, and so many other very interesting things. So we have 4 presentations, and we all are here. It's great. Our speakers are here, and we have 20 minutes for one presentation at lecture, 50 minutes for presentation, and 5 minutes for questions after the presentation. And the first speaker will be Niina Hämäläinen from Finland. She will speak about Lönnrot's heritage in archive from Estonia, from Finland, excuse me, and she's a folklorist and executive director of the Kalevala Society, Helsinki, and she is interested in oral literature practices of the 19th century and about genders of textualization, history of Finnish folklore studies, and so on. And yes, today Niina will speak about Elias Lönnrot heritage. So welcome.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Very nice to be here. My title today is What is There is Not There, Remarks on the Archive Material of Elias Lönnrot. I will talk about the archive material of Elias Lönnrot, the compiler of the Kalevala, and the idea of the archive as an incomplete, selective and ideological place that constructs our knowledge of cultural heritage. Regarding the national importance of Elias Lönnrot, we could assume that the archive material of Elias Lönnrot, located in the Finnish Literary Society SKS archives in Helsinki, is well organized and investigated. For the most part, the material is well kept, of course, but there are also obscurities in descriptions and arrangements of the material, and for example, there are unrecognized folk poetry manuscripts. This results from the long history of the SKS and variable arrangement conventions of the archive. I don't, unfortunately, have time in this presentation to talk about, as well as a thick material of Elias Lönnrot. My question is, however, to what extent the research history and its ideals might have affected the way the archive material of Elias Lönnrot has been catalogued, recognized, and further studied. Elias Lönnrot had many faces. Besides being a compiler of the Kalevala and other folk poetry publications, he was a linguist, medical doctor, public educator, among other things. He was Finnish-speaking, but learned Swedish at school, and by that knowledge he was able to advance in social hierarchies of the 19th century. The Finnish Literary Society and Elias Lönnrot have strong connections. Lönnrot was one of the founders and first secretary of the society, and society's first task was to fund collecting journeys of Lönnrot. Besides, SKS was the first publisher of the Kalevala in 1835. Lönnrot left a massive manuscript material of the 19th century after him. It covers the 1830s, the years 1830s until the year 1884, when Lönnrot died. Lönnrot sent his papers and documents to the SKS already in 1830s, so the archive material was accumulated in several decades. According to his last will, the document material was given to society, excluding, for instance, some personal letters. The characteristic of the archive material of Elias Lönnrot is that the material is divided into two collections of folklore sources and of literary and other personal sources. Besides personal correspondence, that covers about 6,000 letters sent and received by Lönnrot. It contains 430 units of folklore, literature, linguistic papers, personal life material, etc., of which the numbers 1 to 30 are in the folklore collection and the rest in the literature and cultural history collection. As we have heard here yesterday in the first plenary and other presentations, the archive is never an innocent or objective-free place, but rather carries diverse power relations and is guided by different ideologies. The ways in which material is deposited, catalogued and recognized in the archive affect our knowledge of what we call folklore or cultural heritage. Also, research history and evaluation of some part of it can specify and guide the material and its utilization in the archive. Therefore, in terms of archival power, my question is not only whose story or history is important to document, but what kind of material in the archive is recognized and worth studying. The archive of the SKS in Helsinki have been formulated into two main areas of culture: folklore material from the oral tradition and written material of individual Finnish writers. In folklore collection, vernacular material is organized by different folklore genres, of which the Kalevala meter poetry has been and still is the most valuable and has been regarded the most authentic part of folklore. This means that Lönnrot's folk poetry documents are indicated by their genres in the archive, not by a collector, Lönnrot himself. Written material from individuals is preserved in the literature and cultural history collection, even if this material is based on folk poetry collected fieldwork, such as the Kalevala. The location of the archive material in two different collections at the SKS also implies the means of the research based on them. The great interest by folklorists regarding the Kalevala meter poetry has been focused on oral poetry material of the folklore collection, whereas the written folk poetry publications by Lönnrot in the archive are mainly analyzed under literary studies by literary scholars. And a little bit further, it can be stated that there is a sort of a Kalevala canon in Finland that has more or less dominated not only the research and discipline of folklore studies, but, as I want to argue, it has also affected the way the archive material of Elias Lönnrot has been recognized. The most known part of the material is of the Kalevala manuscripts of the literary collection, as well as the oral poetry documents in the folklore collection. The Kalevala manuscripts are also carefully described in the archive and organized, and therefore easy to find and analyze. The dominance of the Kalevala, as well as the archive system of the SKS, have rejected, or now I'm exaggerating a bit, or at least left behind the other archival documents of Lönnrot that could have had a great importance in constructing the knowledge of folklore, literature, and Finnish cultural memory if they had been notified. I give an example. As you might know, besides the Kalevala, Lönnrot published the Kanteletar, the Kalevala meter folk lyric anthology, in 1840. The reception of the Kanteletar was delight, and the beauty of the lyric poems was widely acknowledged. However, despite admired by the readers, the Kanteletar has not been widely studied. The Kanteletar, containing female poetry and emotions, and defined pejoratively as being a little sister to the Kalevala, can be some of the reasons of ignoring the Kanteletar and its manuscripts in the archive. However, there are also other, but not that obvious, causes that imply the archive and its system. There is a manuscript collection of the Kanteletar in the archive that is unrecognized, or has been unrecognized for many, many decades. Lönnrot worked on the so-called new Kanteletar edition in the last years of his life, in 1870s and 1880s. Lönnrot wished to upgrade and enhance the published Kanteletar. He estimated the new Kanteletar edition to be at least 50% larger than the one in 1840. That contains, by the way, over 650 poems and 22,000 verses. Increasing the content and verses of the Kanteletar was a natural extension of accumulating song transcriptions Lönnrot had received during his own 11 collecting trips, and from other collectors after the year 1840. This editorial work interrupted by Lönnrot's death in March 1884. The archive material consists of 19 different units of draft papers, unfinished versions, transcriptions, and as well well-edited leaflets. The material is called by different names in the archive, such as Works of the Third Edition, and it's located under different numbers of the archive units, so the material is not found in a numerical order. Further, the main core of the material is situated in between Lönnrot's first folk poetry publications that were finished in 1830s, so 50 years before Lönnrot worked on this new material. Understanding of the new Kanteletar material of the archive has been difficult, as it's not studied nor recognized, and therefore there are no established terms or words to describe the material. What does the material contain if it's called as draft works of the third edition? Further, the description information and the way the material has been catalogued in the archive have not been helpful for possible users. The material of the new Kanteletar edition was found and briefly noted after the death of Lönnrot by scholars in the SKS, such as Julius Kruun, by stating that the new Kanteletar manuscripts were too unfinished and they didn't bring aesthetically any new perspective to the folk lyric. So the notifications of the Kanteletar were again pejorative. Afterwards, the new Kanteletar material was forgotten and remained silent in the SKS archives. Aha, it was well, maybe you cannot see the photo properly, but that's the new Kanteletar edition. Okay. And to conclude, the formation of collections, documentation and preservation, the information and knowledge produced by the archive is part of cultural politics, which participate in the active processes of making, remembering, forgetting, and repeating cultural heritage. Following this observation, I have shortly reflected in this paper on the archival system of the SKS and the material of Elias Lönnrot divided into two different collections of folklore and literature, as well as disregarded archive material produced by Lönnrot. By asking for what reasons and how the unrecognition of certain parts of the archive material might have had at least indirect consequences to what we call nowadays Finnish cultural heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would say that we have in Latvian translated Kanteletar some poems by two poets in Latvia, Latvian poets Gunters Godiņš and Knuts Kujnieks in 1993 or 4, probably, yes.
May I add something here about Kanteletar translations? The Kanteletar has never been translated as a whole book, 3 books of Kanteletar, into any languages. Only selections have been published. Right. Yes, but at the moment, Latvian translator Gunter Godins, yes, is working on the translation of the whole Kanteletar. So look forward to that.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions, please? Okay, and I would ask, I know that you had have a project about the digital project, how to compare the first of Lönnrot's writings from 90 and digital platform to compare these comments of on
the Kalevala, you mean?
Yeah.
The open Kalevala,
yeah.
The digital edition.
Can you say some words about it?
Oh yes, Avoin Kalevala in Finnish, the open Kalevala is a digital critical edition of the new Kalevala, the Kalevala we know as a national epic of Finland, published in 1849. And the edition covers Kalevala manuscripts and transcription, Lönnrot's writings about the Kalevala, as well as direct links to the oral poetry material Lönnrot utilized in compiling the Kalevala. So if you go to the edition, you can click on the specific poems and have a look at the whole poem, of which Lönnrot might have used only one verse or one line. And besides that, there are critical commentaries about Lönnrot's editorial work, about the context in which Lönnrot worked, about the oral tradition, poetic tradition Lönnrot utilized and sort of manipulated for the Kalevala.
Yeah, thank you. It's very interesting because we have very similar experience regarding to Latvian folk songs when the Krišjānis Barons, who was the classificator of the Latvian folk songs, he worked and improved a little bit some texts and so on, and we can see how these improvements we can find out. So it's a little bit related to
your... Is it in Latvian?
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Open Kalevala is still available only in Finnish, but we hope that we have money and time to make it in English as well. And one thing about the Open Kalevala, if we talk about that now,
Okay.
is that it's been produced in different processes, and it has taken several years. We have now published 3 volumes of the edition, and the 4th one will be published hopefully next year. So we add step by step new material to the platform. Mm-hmm. And I forgot to say that the one thing that makes the Open Kalevala available and understandable for everyone is that there are word explanations for the Kalevala, of the Kalevala, in its 50 poems. So you can click on the word and have an explanation and maybe wider text of the word and its background. And yes.
Yeah, thank you, Niina, once more. And of course, thank you, Eliot, Lönnrot as well. And next speaker is Natali Ponetajev from Estonia, and she going to speak about phonograph recordings in the Estonian Museum. That's right. And Natali is master student of folklorist at the University of Tartu, and as also assistant at the Estonian Folklore Archives of Estonian Literary Museum. And she graduated with bachelor's degree in musicology. It's probably the reason why you are interested mainly in music. So, and you are a player of the diatonic accordion as well.
That's right.
So, great. Thank you, and you're welcome.
Good morning. As already said in the introduction, I'm doing my master's in folkloristics, and at the same time I'm also a musician, and my master's thesis focuses on the historic repertoire of diatonic accordion in Läänemaa in Western Estonia. And the research is based on the materials of Estonian folklore archives. Okay. One part of my method involves self-reflection and cognitive approach to the material. I'm bringing the tunes out from the archives, transcribing them, learning to play them from the transcriptions, and trying to create this traditionally informed performance practice. And at the same time, in my research, I'm describing the process of it. So today, I'm going to talk about this aspect of my research and hope to address broader questions regarding the difficulties and challenges that arise when working with phonograph recordings, transcribing and performing them in modern contexts. As you might expect, the oldest collection of sound recordings in the Estonian Folklore Archives is the collection of phonograph recordings on wax cylinders. The collection includes recordings from 1912 to 1948. The first sound recordings of folk music in Estonia were made by Finnish folklorist Armo Soto-Väisänen in 1912, and he recorded both singing and instrumental music. And those photographs are also made by him at the same time. In total, there are 552 wax rolls and 2,151 tracks, of which 532 include instrumental folk music tunes. And so today I'm going to focus on the instrumental tunes. These recordings have been digitized and are publicly available in the Estonian Literary Museum's digital repository. In the 1930s, there was a folk music recording campaign in Estonia, when village musicians and singers were invited to Tallinn, and their songs and instrumental tunes were recorded at the Estonian National Broadcasting Company. And this sound collection is very representative of Estonian folk music, and the sound quality is also significantly better compared to the phonograph recordings. And nowadays, many folk musicians prefer to learn the tunes from this collection from the 1930s that isn't so much far away from, for example, 1920s when they were mostly recording with phonograph. And so those tunes from the other collection are quite well known, and the village musicians who performed and who were recording during this campaign are also quite well known among the contemporary folk musicians today. Compared to that collection, and of course the sound recordings from later times, the collection of wax rolls is mostly not preferred among folk musicians today when they are looking for so-called new material or inspiration. So what aspects come into play when learning a tune from a phonograph recording? Firstly, there is this physical aspect that the length of the recording was very limited, usually ranging from 15 or 30 seconds to 1.5 minutes only. The quality of the recordings is not good or pleasant. There isn't much aesthetically enjoyable about them. There is crackling and rustling, and the more the recording has been listened to, the worse the quality has become. As you know, the phonograph was used primarily as a tune to transcribe music later, and it wasn't intended for preserving tunes for the long term. The wax rolls were reused after the music had been transcribed from them. And the instrumental tunes were mainly dance tunes and played at village parties and weddings for dancing, and the musician could play for a long time without stopping. Therefore, playing for the folklore collectors was really different from the usual performance context. Now, here are some questions that came up when, from my own experience and from the conversations I had with other folk musicians some of them who are using phonograph recordings. Firstly, what did the folklore collectors consider as valuable, and so they recorded it? And does it provide an adequate representation of the actual situation? As only a small part of the musician's repertoire was recorded, sometimes only one tune from one musician, and the other tunes were just notated on spot. And back then, the main focus of the collectors was to collect tunes, and there isn't much background information about the musicians, for example. From today's musicians' perspective, why delve into phonograph recordings? For some musicians, it's the old playing style that were only recorded on wax cylinders, such as the traditional fiddle tunes from Setomaa. It is likely that these traditions were not prevalent later when the recording techniques advanced. And additionally, some musicians are tracing different variants of specific tunes or tune types, and which is why they come across phonograph recordings. The older dance tunes feature archaic melodies, which have repetitive motifs and a short melody range. They are very often improvisational, and learning this traditional style is challenging when you have only this 15 seconds of this improvised tune, or just a bit of it, which would actually, in the context of a village party, last for 10 minutes or 15 minutes, this tune. And so it's likely that the musicians varied the motives each time they performed it, and it's quite random what was recorded. And the last point, if I'm a musician, I have to find an audience, and if my main repertoire consists of archaic dance tunes, it is not easy to gain recognition among other diatonic accordion players even, who are part of the living tradition, and they play completely different tunes, like more modern tunes, and represent different tradition. As it was in old times, the main function for me is also playing for dancing, mostly at traditional dance evenings or festivals where the community is quite fixed or steady. It's not much new people coming every time. In September and October, I did fieldwork in Läänemaa, in Western Estonia, where the tunes are from, trying to trace the roots and find relatives and some information about the accordion players who were recorded some 100 years ago with a phonograph. I was fortunate, and I found the 80 or 90-year-old daughters of some accordion players and their children, to whom I could say, do you know that your grandfather's playing was recorded 100 years ago, and it's preserved at the Folklore archives? They didn't know and were really happy to learn it. One thing is to spread the fact that there are recordings of your relatives playing. It's a value itself, although it might be hard for a non-folk musician to find the music itself engaging, as the phonograph recording is crackling and the tunes are archaic and really different from the modern aesthetics. Yeah, to continue with my research material. The oldest sound recordings among my material are the phonograph recordings, which present the historic repertoire of Läänemaa that was alive up until approximately 1930s. And those 22 recordings include tunes from 8 different musicians. And some aspects I have to consider. First step is transcribing the tunes, which involves both melody played with the right hand and accompaniment or harmony with the left hand, and that includes transcribing the variations. Secondly, on the diatonic accordion, changing the direction of the bellows changes the note under both the melody button and the left-hand harmony. Therefore, I need to reconstruct the bellows changes to understand how to play the instrument technically. At the same time, it's an important part of the playing style also, what rhythm is created by the bellows changes. Then there's tempo, and the fourth point is the transcription itself as a fixed form or a subjective interpretation. And it's never exhaustive. It's like whoever does it a bit differently each time. Point number 5, playing style. This is the most challenging aspect. Am I able to hear the phrasing or how the musician articulates, for example, the harmony and so on? Then the sound recording alone is not enough. I need to gather contextual information from additional resources to help me interpret the tune. For instance, what specific type of the diatonic accordion was used. I can't hear it from the recording, mostly. Well, not from the phonograph recordings. Or where did the musician learn the tune, or why was that specific tune recorded? And the questions that remain must be filled creatively. And you can view this as also an opportunity to invent something new. And here's one diatonic accordion tune played by Jaan Sarapuu from Kirpla parish. It's recorded in 1929, the year when composer Eduard Oja was collecting folk tunes, and surprisingly, this big amount of diatonic accordion tunes also. Let's try to have a listen to it. I think I'll try to skip the beginning maybe, or let's see how it's going. Or is it okay if I do it like that? It should appear here. Yep. And this is also his transcription of the tune he made later. Okay, the sound is off, sorry. I can see it from here. Is it coming? No? Let's try. Oh no, it's only coming from the computer. No. You can hear it okay? Yeah, great. The length of the recording was about 1 minute. In the end, you could hear this crackling, which was actually quite cool, but it affects perceiving the tune. Unfortunately, the ending was cut off. We couldn't hear how the musician concluded the tune. The melody was audible, but the harmonies, well, not so much. And before I looked at the collector's notation of the tune, I made my own transcription of the recording. As you can see, the transcription depends on the transcriber. We perceive the tune differently. The accent is on different notes. Well, Eduard Oja heard it like da-da-ranta, da-da-ra-da-ra, da-da-ranta, but I heard it da-da-ranta, da-da-da, just the first beat is on a different place. He was a composer, not an accordion player. He didn't mark the harmonies. Therefore, I had to construct it, and also the bellows changes, how to play it when the note changes. And I created my interpretation, and let's try to have a short listen to it. Same way. No, it's in Latvian. What does it say? Okay. Okay, let it be. Then we don't have time. Yeah. Next time I will come with my instruments again and in a live context. Okay. I have the last slides. Folk musician and flute player Katariina Tirmaste recorded an album as part of her master's project in folkloristics, where she plays the old whistle tunes and uses phonograph recordings. She has achieved a modern sound, but at the same time you could hear her this traditional playing style on the background. Since whistle tunes are not dance tunes, it's completely different topic, and I don't have time to discuss it further today, but I strongly recommend to have a listen to the album. It's really interesting interpretation. And to conclude, the quality of the phonograph recordings sets its limits and requires transcribing and analyzing the material. Why phonograph recordings for modern musicians? If they have a special interest in the traditional playing style or specific tunes, to find new material or some tunes that aren't so popular yet among folk music communities, for mental effort to challenge yourself to analyze the material. And also the creative approach, as Katariina Tirmaste's album really represents, using the aesthetics of a phonograph recording to create modern music and interesting soundscape, for example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And do you have questions? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I was wondering, you were talking about the fieldwork and playing the old recordings to the relatives, and I started to wonder whether, as you're a musician yourself, so have you tried first playing the tune by yourself and then playing the recording? Because I just have the kind of experience on old phonographs and folk songs that it's often easier for people if you first sing what there is in the tape or in the phonograph, and then, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good idea. I haven't done it that way, because as we talked with one of the relatives for one case, the discovery that the tunes are in the archives was the main topic. But yeah, I think that way it works, might work a bit better. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for this wonderfully clear presentation. I was really struck by the fact that there's now that cultural distance between the people and the recordings, even the musical community and the recordings. And that's something that came out very, very clearly. And it's interesting to be dealing with this cultural distance and even that sonic distance where it's hard to make out. But I wanted to just ask about the dancing then. So this is mainly instrumental music for dancing, and have the same shifts come around in the world of traditional dance?
Actually, as I've played those tunes for dancing, the dancers just love it because it's like so archaic and traditional, and that has this old feeling you would like to feel with your body. So, I think the best audience is dancers for that music. There's nothing to do. Yeah, not that much, but difference. No.
Thank you very much. And one question short from my side. I would like to ask, maybe I lost somewhere in your speech, but do you have these texts available online, phonograph recordings?
Yes, they are available, yeah, and I could send the link to the relatives.
Okay.
And so here you can listen.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you. And next speaker is Oksana Mykytenko from Ukraine. She will speak about Polesie. And Oksana is leading scientific worker, staff researcher in the Department of Ukrainian and Foreign Folklore Studies, Rylsky Institute of Art Studies, Folklore Ethnology of the National Academy of Science of Ukraine. So last time when I met you, it was in summer of this year in a conference of ESFNR Congress. Yeah, it's great. So, Just a minute, we need to change. Yeah, I think or these buttons. So, you're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues. I would like, first of all, to thank for organizing this conference to our colleagues from the Latvian Institute of Literature, Art and Folklore, because this very important conference and this scientific event that gather all us together here. And I would like to send my from my institute from Kiev the best wishes and to all success in future work. My presentation is dedicated to one of the most important region of traditional culture in Slavic world. It's Polesie region. This Polesie archives as a result of great work of numerous institutions. As historical and ethnographic boundaries, as you see, researchers from different fields define the historical and ethnographic boundaries of Polesie in various ways. Yet they agree that the Polesie region encompasses the Pripyat River basin and adjacent forest areas. Ukrainian Polesie. In Ukraine, Polesie can be divided into three subregions. The northern left bank of the Pripyat River, the southern right bank of the Pripyat and Dnieper rivers, and eastern left bank of the Dnieper River. The name Polesie, etymologically meaning any forested area, was first mentioned in the Galician-Volhynian Chronicle in 2075. In 1560, the first map highlighting Polesie was published in Gdańsk. By the 15th and 16th centuries, the term Polesie became common in the works of Polish historians such as Długosz, Kromer, and Strajkowski. Information about Polesie gradually accumulated in various historical sources, including chronicles, travelers' notes, inventories, and inspections. The first researchers of Polesie were Polish historians, archaeologists, geographers, and ethnographers. In the documents and maps of the early 17th century, the term Polesiuks appeared for the first time, referring to the Ukrainian and Belarusian population within Polesie. The absence of a distinct self-identification among the population, who referred to themselves as tuteshny, local, or Ruski, Ruthenian, Prostý, simple, or Pravoslavny, Orthodox, was linked to the unique ethnic process in the region. This had led many scholars to suggest the presence of ancient Old Rus cultural traits in their identity. The study of the region's traditional material and spiritual culture was consistently led to conclusions about the archaic nature, originality, and uniqueness. Linguistic works dedicated to Polesie began to appear at the end of the 19th and early 20th centuries, although they did not cover the entire region and were focused on specific areas. Up until the 1960s and 1970s, Polesie remained insufficiently studied in terms of ethnography, although in the past it had attracted the close attention of ethnographers, including the famous Mashinsky. A new phase in the study of Polesie began with the linguistic research, particularly the systematic study of Polesian dialects. The first all-union coordination meeting on pressing issues in Slavic studies supported the initiative of the Institute of Slavic Studies and Balkan Studies to publish a dialect dictionary of Polesie. Soon after, a group of scientists from this institute, led by academician Nikita Tolstoy, developed a project to study the traditional spiritual culture of Polesie called the Polesian Ethno-Linguistic Atlas. This project covered 148 settlements, including Podlasie and practically the entire Polesian territorial linguistic continuum, with Brest, Gomel, Bryansk, Kursk, Sumy, Chernihiv, Kyiv, Zhytomyr, Rivne, and Volyn regions. The research was based on the experience of compiling the linguistic atlas of Western Polesie by Josef Tarnowski, which was published in 1939 and clearly reflected the method of Mashinsky. Mashinsky's school, even, and particularly his ethnographic questionnaire on spiritual culture. Starting in 1960s, systematic surveys of the Polesian region began, resulting in numerous works that comprehensively characterized the entire Polesian area. Later, several projects focusing on Polesian dialects, particularly in areas affected by the Chernobyl disaster, were carried out by the staff from the Institute of the Ukrainian Language of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine. The departments of the dialectology and the history of the Ukrainian language. Ancestral homeland of Ukrainian geographically coincides with the northwestern cultural historic province of Ukraine, which in addition to Volyn and Upper Dniester regions also includes Ukrainian Polesie. Polesie plays a key role in the ethnogenesis of Ukrainians and in preserving their ethnocultural complex. Many linguists, historians, and ethnographers recognize Polesie, specifically the area between the Middle Dnieper, the Pripyat River, the Dniester, and the Vistula, as the territory of the early Slavic settlement. Polesie considered one of the Slavic archaic zones. Mashinsky even described Polesie as archaic. Nikita Tolstoy defined Polesie as an archaic zone, which is not just an area of well-preserved traditions, but also one that has a specific stable system of traditional spiritual culture. The Polesie region represents a specific cultural dialect within the Slavic dialectal landscape, which had made it particularly effective for integrating folkloric and ethnographic research into the broader field of Slavic ethnogenetic studies. A synchronic analysis of traditions was seen as diachrony unfolded in space, according to Nikita Tolstoy, and served as a source for internal semantic reconstruction. The ultimate goal of this reconstruction was to address broader ethnogenetic issues. For many of Tolstoy's students and followers, as well as for Tolstoy himself, the beginning of their deep and long immersion into the rich world of ancient Slavic spiritual culture started with their acquaintance with the villages and hamlets in the remote Polesian wilderness. On the scholars' initiative, a program of systematic, consistent expeditions to Polesie was launched to collect materials, initially for the Polesian dialect dictionary and later for the ethno-linguistic atlas. By the 1970s, the expeditions had taken on a distinctly ethno-linguistic character, supported by detailed programs for studying various aspects of folk culture. The boundaries of modern Slavic languages, dialects, peoples, and ethnic groups, noted Tolstoy, are of relatively late origin. Attention to local phenomena will allow us to see earlier ethno-linguistic and cultural layers on the map of modern Slavia. The mapping of materials confirmed the archaic nature of Polesian dialects, especially the Central Polesian dialect. Research in Polesie continued for almost a quarter of a century, becoming for many, including in Ukraine, a center of scientific attraction and a testing ground for dialectological and later ethno-linguistic fieldwork, which developed into an independent field of Slavic humanities. The expeditions revealed the latency of the Polesian dialect continuum until recent times, which contributed to its preservation in a more archaic, minimally transformed state. A systematic ethno-linguistic survey of Polesie was conducted according to a program of Polesian Linguistic Atlas. At all stages of research, which continued until the early 1990s, the large-scale work, both expeditionary and scientific analytical, was supported and extended through national academic programs in Ukraine also. This work continued to evolve thanks to the coordination of institutes and the significance of the research objectives. The materials collected during the expeditions formed the basis of the Polesian archive created at the Institute of Slavic and Balkan Studies. In addition, the materials gathered in Polesie, the archive also holds materials collected through the program in other Slavic regions, including a large collection of records from Carpathian region, materials from expedition to the Russian North, as well as expeditions to several villages in eastern Poland, Macedonia, and some other regions. In the post-Chernobyl phase, research aimed in identifying, preserving, and protecting the historical and cultural heritage of the region was conducted particularly within the framework of creating the Chernobyl Scientific and Informational Fund in Ukraine, which aimed to reflect both the current state of the dialectical cultural linguistic system and its dynamics. The significance of the collected expedition materials increased manifold following the technological disaster of the Chernobyl catastrophe in 1986, which radically altered the demographic situation in the region and led to the cessation of the existence of the Middle Polesian linguistic area as a dialectical integrity. The very notion of the Middle Polesian dialect within the area structure of the Ukrainian language now belongs to the past. This is significance of the Polesian archive gives it more significant. The materials from Polesian archive served as the foundation for the fundamental publication, defining its direction and structure. And the ethno-linguistic dictionary Slavic antiquities represent the first attempt in Slavic studies to compile an ethno-linguistic dictionary of the traditional spiritual culture of the Slavic peoples. It summarized over a century of research into Slavic folklore, mythology, ethnography, and folk art. The project for the ethno-linguistic dictionary of Slavic folk antiquities was proposed at the First International Congress of Slavics in Prague in 1929, when Edmund Schneeweiss suggested a working plan for a handbook dictionary of Slavic folk beliefs and customs. Then it was supported by Christo Vakarelski on the Fourth Congress of Slavic Geographers and Ethnographers in Sofia. The idea of creating an ethno-linguistic dictionary for a specific Slavic ethnic group was proposed by Sergei Yeryomin in Russia in 1926. The approach of studying lexical materials in its everyday and ethnographic application was also utilized by the first prominent Slavic lexicographers such as Vuk Stefanovich Karadzic, Vladimir Dal, and many others. In non-Slavic countries, we can mention this German edition, also from great importance are Polish Dictionary of Slavic Antiquities, which were published 1961, 1980. It possessed an encyclopedic nature and an archaeological focus. Also, folklorists are well acquainted with the Dictionary of Polish Folklore edited by Yuri Krzyżanowski, and from the last such editions, the Dictionary of Jerzy Bartminski in Lublin's Dictionary of Folk Language Stereotypes. The idea of the ethno-linguistic dictionary Slavic Antiquities was formed within the framework of ethnolinguistics, a discipline that studies language through the lens of human consciousness, mentality, everyday and ritual behavior, mythological representations, and mythopoetic creativity. Its realization became possible due to research in the field of the mythology of Slavic, also Indo-European and other peoples, as well as the development of semiotics, which study the structure and functioning of secondary science system and cultural texts. The notion of integrity of culture is the fundamental and principal position of linguistics as a field where the explanatory power lies in the entire complex of spiritual culture. The principle of compiling and the objectives of the ethno-linguistic dictionary were outlined in a report by Nikita and Svetlana Tolstoy at the 9th International Congress of Slavics in Kiev in 1983. This presentation, their representation, resonated significantly within the academic community and continued the issue raised at the previous Congress in Zagreb in 1978. The first practical task was proposed. The first practical task proposed was the principle of compiling an inventory of the main significant elements, considering the description of the paradigmatics of culture, which would provide a complete understanding of the structure of rituals in each local tradition, emphasizing that a reliable reconstruction must take into account all territorial varieties of each element or fragment of culture within the Slavic world and their non-Slavic connections. The authors articulated a tested methodological approach to scientific analysis based primarily on the area-based characterization of the factual material. By defining as their object of description all forms, varieties, and genres of traditional culture, Nikita and Svetlana Tolstoy and their school established clear structural categories for their systematization, each corresponding to a specific fragment of the folk model of the world. Regarding folklore, they underscored the necessity of using folklore sources to characterize the ritual and mythological circle of facts. Such sources included ritual folklore, anecdotes, legends, spells, and minor genres of folklore, that is, riddles, proverbs, sayings, incantations, verbal formulas, and cliché, as well as other genres that directly reflect the folk worldview of the people. The internal connection between lexical, that is, semantic typology, and ethnolinguistics as a culturally oriented discipline has been emphasized in a number of works that have gained widespread recognition, particularly in the Polesian ethnolinguistic collection, published 1983, shortly before the Congress of Slavists in Kiev. At the end, I would like to say that the focus of studying the content plant of ethnoculture, the understanding of folklore discourse as a collectively created and characterized by dynamism, as well as the resulting irradiation of ethnolinguistic and cognitive methods, represents perhaps one of the key directions in the development of contemporary, comprehensive, interdisciplinary research in ethnology. Based on the postulate of the isomorphism of language and culture, works that explore the issues of such interaction and are grounded in the analysis of folklore texts in their broadest sense hold particular significance. Among such works, the Ethnolinguistic Dictionary, Slavic Antiquities, and Polesie Archives undoubtedly occupies a central position, which electronic access today enabling extensive scientific use of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have time for the questions, but maybe one short. Okay, yes, if you have any questions, of course you can ask and turn personally after this section to Oksana. Thank you very much. And the last speaker of the section is Austė Nakienė from Lithuania, and she's going to speak about archaeologists Marija Gimbutienė and Rimutė Rimantienė about their collections. So, welcome.
Hello, dear audience. The Lithuanian Folklore Archive houses collections of many well-known people. Among them are the folklore collections of renowned archaeologists Marija Gimbutienė and Rimutė Rimantienė. Following how the lives of these scholars unfolded, this talk will give an overview of history of Lithuania as well as the history of Lithuanian folkloristics. Although independence of the Republic of Lithuania was proclaimed in the historical capital Vilnius, the Vilnius region was soon occupied by Poland. All the Lithuanian state institutions then moved to the provisional capital Kaunas. In 1935, the Lithuanian Folklore Archive was established in Kaunas, the temporary capital of Lithuania. It was headed by young folklore scholar Jonas Balys. A mission of the archive became to document disappearing regional folklore specificities. Much attention was given to the folklore of the region of Vilnius. The archive published a periodical titled Folklore Studies, and an issue compiled by Jonas Balys was dedicated to the folklore of the Vilnius region. As recollections attest, the archive was quite open, and university professors and their students often visited it. Rimutė, who later became the famous archaeologist Rimutė Rimantienė, studied at the University of Kaunas at that time. She was interested not only in history, archaeology, but also in folklore. The young scholar became interested in the remaining polyphonic songs called sutartinės and wrote a final thesis about their refrains. Many brilliant women studied at Kaunas University. One of them was friend of Rimutė, Marija, who later became the archaeologist and cultural scholar of ancient Europe. She was born in Vilnius. However, her parents had to separate. Her father remained in Vilnius while her mother moved to Kaunas with the children so that they would receive a better education. World War II began in 1939 when Germany attacked Poland. The Soviet Union had also planned to occupy Poland and the Baltic states. It made an offer to the Lithuanian government to reincorporate Vilnius in exchange for allowing Soviet military bases into its territory. In October of 1939, the Lithuanian army entered into Vilnius. Young people flooded the regained capital. Marija, who had grown up in Vilnius, also returned. In 1929 and 1940, she embarked on an expedition to gather folklore in the Vilnius region with the aim of writing an article about the people of this region, their old songs, and efforts to retain a Lithuanian identity. Her friend, Rimutė, also collected folklore of the Vilnius region and handed over her materials to the archive for safekeeping. Drawing on this material, Marija wrote, "Even today, Lithuanians of the Vilnius region have maintained customs that have long disappeared in other parts in Lithuania. Her folk medicine and divinations thrive in their full glory. Very old songs have also survived in the Vilnius region. According to the locals, people retained the ancient layer of songs by upholding their Lithuanian roots, even though people residing in such borderlands once liked the songs of neighboring nations. During the occupations, they took to sing old Lithuanian songs with all their heart. During the years of Soviet occupation, as well as during German occupation, the Lithuanian Folklore Archive was in Vilnius, headed by Jonas Balys, who prepared new folklore publications for print. In 1944, as the threat of the second Soviet occupation loomed, Jonas, together with his family, decided to flee the country. Marija Gimbutienė also left Lithuania. For several years, like all the other war refugees, they lived in Germany, and later they immigrated to the USA. When Jonas Balys arrived in the USA, the well-known academic Steve Thompson helped him to adjust and find work. Jonas once again amassed a small archive. He traveled through towns where Lithuanian immigrants lived and recorded the songs and folklore that they remembered. Marija Gimbutienė did not receive an academic post immediately. In 1948, her book Ancient Symbolism in Lithuanian Folk Art was published in English. This put the spotlight on Marija, who was then invited to teach at the University of California, where she started a very successful academic career. She received grants for archaeological expeditions in Southern Europe, where she came upon very ancient and impressive archaeological artifacts. She interpreted these findings in a new way and published these interpretations in her book, The Gods and Goddesses of Old Europe, Myths, Legends, and Cult Images. According to Gimbutienė, the Paleolithic and Neolithic sculptures of ancient Europe appear to us strange and ugly, but in prehistoric art we must not look for beauty, but rather symbolic significance. The sculptures represent a pregnant, birth-giving or nursing goddess. The great goddess was portrayed through anthropomorphic and zoomorphic figures. One common figure was the goddess birth, which resembled a woman with a beak and arms that looked like wings. These sculptures may symbolize the appearance of life from an egg. Jonas Balys, in a critical article, asserted that her discoveries were not scientific, but rather a product of the author's fantasy. The feminist explanation that 1,000 years ago the main deity was a woman did not convince him. This is an echo of today's women's liberation and nothing more. In response to her colleague criticism, Marija Gimbutienė wrote, "I highly valued the large body of Dr. Balys' works, and however hard it may be, the scholar must resign of his fate, that he does not have the last say, and that his truth is not only one, and not he alone is a wise man." These two scholars had very different personalities. Jonas Balys was older and more conservative. Marija Gimbutienė was younger and more liberal. Their research methods also differed. Gimbutienė admitted, "I value synthesizing for more than assertion of facts." Balys' verdict can be seen in what he had to say about the value of archival materials. Theories change, but authentic material remains. In 1990, the Independent Republic of Lithuania was restored. Marija Gimbutienė was invited to Kaunas University, where she received an honorary doctorate. Even though her health was waning, the scholar traveled to Lithuania and made an emotional speech during the ceremony. Jonas Balys also received recognition when he was awarded the Jonas Basanavičius Prize in Vilnius, but he never returned to Lithuania. Rimutė Jablonskytė, and like her friend, remained in occupied Lithuania. During the war, she worked in the archaeology department of the Kaunas National Museum. After work, she continued to write the study she had started as a student, Lithuanian refrains, and she submitted it to be published. Unfortunately, the editor, the Soviet historian Juozas Žiugžda, rejected the study, and it remained unpublished. During Soviet times, women were discouraged from writing about complex topics due to the beliefs that they should only work as assistants and conduct modest research. However, this did not break Rimutės Jablonskytė's character. In 1962, she wrote and defended her dissertation in archaeology. For many years, she was in charge of archaeological digs and while working in settlements of the Lithuanian seaside, she discovered the oldest work of art in Lithuanian territory. Her books described the Neolithic cultures. Drawing on artifacts from Stone Age, she reconstructed the lifestyle, culture, and worldview of the oldest dwellers of Lithuania. When writing about archaeological findings, she did not limit herself to description of their materiality, but also analyzed them as an art historian, offering interpretations of them they should be understood. In 2022, Rimantienė's daughter gave the Lithuanian Folklore Archive some of the manuscripts from her youth. Among them was the study about the meaning of refrains. The archivists decided not only to safeguard it in the archive, but also to publish it and fill a gap in Lithuanian folkloristics. The study was published in 2024. In the study, Rimantienė researched the oldest Lithuanian folk songs, comprised of seemingly non-lexical phrases, such as sodau, toratilio, dau, nulilio, čiu, totu, tota, tato, and so on. Some of these refrains are understood even today as indexing names of plants, however, the majority of the refrains have lost their meaning. According to the author, the repetition of such onomatopoeic words can be considered word magic. As we see, 20th century researchers gathered treasures of the culture and safeguarded them from erasure. During the years of occupations, they fought for the right to freely express their thoughts, and women scholars fought for equality. They were not satisfied with playing background roles and instead proved themselves worthy of important research works. I think that these concerns remain also in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And do we have any questions? Yeah.
Hello, thank you so much for the presentation. Is there a possibility that there are some translations from Rimantienė's, this latest publication? Specifically, maybe have Lithuanian ethnomusicologists offered some options for translations of these sutartinės refrains that are not translatable, obviously, but maybe there are some offerings.
There is a big volume of sutartinės, big collection of sutartinės consisting of 3 volumes. They are available online. It is e-book published by our institute, but the interpretations, they are available only in Lithuanian. There is a book by Rimutė Rimantienė, published in Lithuanian, and there is a short English summary. It is interesting that she made her research before all the material, all the sutartinės were published. He was working using only archival material. As she recollects, one of professors gave her a key to spend long hours in the folklore archive. Now we can search for the same refrains and find out in what sutartinės the same refrains are used, how they are connected with texts, what texts are most ancient, and maybe investigating those texts and relations between function and meaning of texts and the refrains, we can find out what was the deep meaning, what was the ancient semantics. Of course, it was related with agriculture, because many sutartinės were performed in the fields. So, making a wish, everything will grow, and yes, and the work of farmer will be successful. That was the main meaning. They also were performed during the wedding ceremonies, and they had some meaning important for the young couples.
So, thank you very much once more. And any questions, maybe, or we can. Yo, thank you. Thank you to all speakers. And now it's time for coffee break. And 11:20, you are welcome back here. Thank you very much.
dear presenters and dear listeners, I welcome you at the second session today, at the second day of our conference. My name is Digne Ūdre Lielbārde, and I am a researcher here at the Archives of Latvian Folklore. And I am going to be a chair of this session, as you might have guessed. So today we are going to have 4 presentations in this session, and each of the presenters has about 15 minutes time, and then 5 more minutes for your questions and your comments. So, and the first speaker of the session is Marleen Metslaid from Estonia. She is a researcher at the Estonian National Museum, and her main research interests concern the history of Estonian ethnology in the 20th century. Please.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. First, I would like to thank the organizers of this wonderful conference. It has been very interesting. My topic today, my presentation, will take us into the field of the study of material folk culture and related archives at the Estonian National Museum. As you probably know, folkloristics and ethnology, or ethnography as it was called until the 1990s, are different disciplines in Estonia, although they share common foundations. In addition to the famous Estonian folklore archives, we also have a large ethnographic archive in Tartu, which is part of the museum mentioned, together with artifacts collections, photo and ethnographic drawing collections. My presentation today will focus on the ethnographic archive, and I will ask about the poetics and politics of creating these materials over the 20th century, with a particular focus on the Stalinist period. I am especially interested in how disciplinary continuity and political reality meet in these texts in the post-war years, and how a researcher as an individual coped in this situation. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to do as much research as I hoped, so I'll set out some initial observations today. Ethnographic descriptions, or ethnographic field reports, as these have also been called, are deposited in the ethnographic archive, which was founded in 1923. The need for descriptions stemmed from the fragmentariness of the artifacts collections and the absence of more detailed explanations on the material folk culture which had been set as the research field for Estonian ethnology at the time. These descriptions are compiled on the basis of the ethnographic material collected during fieldwork, and these were mostly compiled by student grantees in the 20s and 30s with a concrete task and into a concrete region. The students followed the questionnaires compiled by ethnologists working at the museum. At the time, ethnographic descriptions were used by researchers studying a particular folk culture phenomenon. The tradition of compiling ethnographic field reports continued after the Second World War, but now the main compilers were researchers themselves who worked at the museum. It was made obligatory for them. During the first decade after the war, most of the researchers were young and they had some connection with the previous area. They had studied at the university or had already worked at the museum as assistants. Questions arises as to how they, carrying on the former tradition, adopted the guidelines of Soviet ethnography. It should be added that most of the experienced ethnologists had fled fled to the west. So initially, archaeology professor Harri Moora, who had already had close contact with the museum and ethnology, took responsibility for training new ethnologists and guiding the research department at the museum after the war. The Sovietization of the museum has been studied by Karin Konksi. She highlights the steps taken by Soviet authorities to incorporate Estonian discipline into Soviet ethnography, and she analyzes how museum staff responded and adapted to the new demands. In the Soviet Union, ethnography, as it was called, was a sub-discipline of history. The study of Marxist ethnography commenced under the supervision of Harri Moora, who criticized the ethnography of the independent Estonia for idolizing the peasant culture and focusing too excessively on folk art. Instead, Harri Moora promoted the treatment of folk culture as a complex integrity. Moora integrated Marxist guidelines into the previous Estonian ethnology tradition, thus creating continuity for the discipline. The ethnographic descriptions at the time correspond with the minor changes proposed by Moora. The researchers added only sub-clauses referring to social stratification of the village to the reports, which mostly followed the traditions of depicting older folk culture. But as Sovietization became stronger in the society in general in the end of the 40s, it was inevitable to take into account the new Marxist scholarly orientations from the Institute of Ethnography at the Academy of Sciences of the Soviet Union. The need to study socialist reform of worker and peasant life came sharply into focus, despite the fact that the creation of kolkhozes in Estonia was only taking place at the same time, and the research program, the so-called Kushner program, imposed by Moscow, couldn't be implemented. On Harri Moora's initiative, the first researchers in the museum were sent to the collective farms as early as the summer of 1949, before the collective farm research was officially designated as a theme at the 1950 conference in Moscow. To give you some examples, I will tell more about two researchers and their descriptions. One of them was Tiina Võti, who had worked at the museum since 1945. She was sent to Viljandimaa, Jälevere village, to study collective farm called Kalevi. And she spent only a week in fieldwork, and in the meeting of research department discussing her report in November, Tiina Võti admits that her description is somewhat incomplete, and the reasons may lay in the incompetence of researching a collective farm and contemporary life. Nevertheless, she has given an overview of the history of the collective farm, or to be more precise, of former village, and of social life in the past and present. Different phenomena of material folk culture are also described, but it has been done superficially and without the direct reference to the Soviet ideology. Her older colleagues were supportive and invited her to continue her work in the same area in order to obtain further material to describe the life of collective farm. And Tiina Võti went there 5 more summers. Her second field report, was written in the autumn of 1950, the year when the witch hunt against the so-called bourgeois nationalists had reached the museum. Although Võti's report is far more ideological than in 1949 and ends with a critical evaluation of the kolkhoz's ability to reach communist goals, she was faced with harsh criticism by her colleagues at the working meeting in December. Võti was accused of a lack of political acumen in the way material is presented, and it was said that Dinaveti hasn't shown the role of the party in the leadership of the kolkhoz, and so on. In the peak of Stalinist repressions in society, the attitude of her colleagues is understandable, but it is interesting to know how Dinaveti corresponded to this. She continued to go on fieldworks, but she didn't submit her next report until 1954. By the time the so-called Kushner program had been expanded, and researchers were invited to study older folk culture in the collective farm areas. Dinaveti admits that this change in her description from 1954. She writes that the main emphasis in the collection of materials was placed on the pre-socialist period, as a few materials had been collected from this area in previous research missions. And this report is much deeper and more comprehensive. The writer feels more confident. There could be several reasons. Firstly, she had been in the same area for years. She was familiar with the people. And secondly, it was certainly easier for people to talk about the past than the present, or the more so than the collective farms had only been established in Estonia in the context of harsh repressions, and it was quite difficult to find answers for the Kushner questions regarding the development of economic and cultural life in kolkhozes. Dinaveti was not the only one researching collective farms in those years and writing ethnographic reports afterwards. Most of them are in the same quality, but there is an exception, and we can talk about Alice Mora's ethnographic descriptions on collective farm Mighty Power. Alice Mora was a research secretary and researcher at the museum after the Second World War. She had studied ethnography already in the 20s, but had stayed at home to raise her 6 children. She was an ethnologist with a deep knowledge of Estonian ethnographic traditions and Estonian folk culture. She liked to go on fieldworks, and she knew how to communicate with people, to get people to talk, even in a difficult political, ideological, and economic situation. Alice Mora studied the mentioned kolkhoz for 3 years and wrote 5 volumes of reports for the archive. She speaks about life at the village in a friendly and respectful tone. At the beginning of her description, she admits that as the collective farm was established only 1 year ago, she couldn't concentrate so much on the modern collective farm life, but instead she writes about the traditional way of life of the peasants, which locals remembered, or which was still part of the collective farm's materiality. But she writes about contemporary life in the villages also. So, Mora was confident to write her own way. She based her text on an earlier ethnographic tradition, but used prescribed Soviet program also. Or to say it another way, we could use the concept hybridity here. The topics and methods of research were chosen to fit both approaches. In addition, there is humanity in her descriptions, all of which makes reading her text a fascinating activity even nowadays in the 21st century. The descriptions on the collective farms studied in the end of the 40s, beginning of the 50s, have remained mostly useless as dormant material in the archives. Nobody knew how to use those afterwards, as it was ideologically overloaded topic. As the research focus changed considerably already in the beginning of the 50s, when ethnogenesis emerged as a favored research topic in the Soviet Union, the study of collective farms was soon forgotten. Ethnogenesis was more suitable for Estonian ethnologists because they were able to study the material side of traditional folk culture again and deal with topics that interested them. The following ethnographic descriptions in the archive correspond to the chain's research theme. For example, Alice Mora started to study ethnic history on the shore of Lake Peipsi, covering all areas of folk culture. Unfortunately, I no longer have time to analyze the descriptions of the following decades. The overviews of museums' materials written so far give the impression of historical continuity, as if the Soviet occupation and Sovietization of ethnography had had no influence on their creation, and as if the way ethnographic descriptions were written have not changed since the 1920s. But the examples given here reveal how the political and disciplinary context, as well as the individual researcher's approach, influences the creation of the texts. The history of the museum and discipline should be taken into account when analyzing these texts. There are differences between decades depending on what was going on in the museum and in ethnology in general, and I think that the researchers' approaches to the text creation also varied. To end my presentation, I would like to add that today there are over 900 ethnographic descriptions at the Ethnographic Archive in our museum, and these are actively used by students, researchers, and local historians. The greatest interest is in descriptions of folk costumes, because making folk costumes from your parish of origin for yourself is very popular in Estonia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent timing. And now it's time for questions. Would like to go first?
Thank you. I was just wondering this writings of Tiina Võti, and you mentioned some reasons why it was suddenly easier for her to do her work and write down the descriptions. Is there any traces of the fact that since Stalin had died, there was a general relief in the society and a sort of a criticism of Stalinism happening in the society? Are there any traces in her writings about that?
It's hard to say, because in general, you mean the ethnographic descriptions. In general, there are few ethnographic descriptions from the period, the second part of the 50s, because actually the museum concentrated more on collecting ethnographic items and not so much collecting interviewing people. But since the 1960s, there are more and more ethnographic descriptions again, but I haven't looked them deeply yet, so I can't say.
Do we have more questions? Oh, then maybe I'll ask one.
Okay.
I was wondering whether, when you read the texts, can you maybe get some kind of idea or something? Have there been self-censored? Has there been something left out or something like considered inappropriate for submitting to museum?
I have guessed that there are some, but it depended on the researcher and the situation, what was going on in the museum. Mm-hmm. But especially it depended on the researcher, how he felt or she felt. Was she or he confident or not?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we can give another round of applause. So, and today's next speaker is Johannes Muske. Johannes is from Germany, and he is a senior researcher at the University of Freiburg, and he is also a curator of the German folk song archives.
So there's the folder gun with all the presentations.
Here. Echt, this one?
Okay.
And put it full screen.
Okay. So thank you very much for the introduction. Dear colleagues, thank you to the organizing committee for having me at this wonderful conference. So my question is how to actualize a folk song archive, and it's of course a little bit too big to be answered here. However, this was the question that I have been asking myself since 2022, when I became the Kustos or curator of the German folk song archives in Freiburg. And I'm stunned that I'm hearing that there is so much research going on since many years that we are only beginning with. This archive is now a collection at the Center for Popular Culture and Music, which was founded 10 years ago, and it is the successor, the Center for Popular Culture and Music, of the German Volksong Archive, which was founded 110 years ago. So in my talk, I will present the first project and preliminary findings of my ongoing research and teaching. Now, how can folklore archives step by step open up to the public by applying an ethnographic research approach? Many colleagues in our field are developing participatory projects, and we have heard and will hear about this in this conference a lot about. And so I may be taking oaths to Athens when I argue here that interacting with communities is very important for us to reach out to the public, to the interested public, which does not mean that it is not important to making stuff available online, of course. So to begin, I should briefly introduce the history of the German folk song archives. And second, I will talk about Volkslieder singen, folk song sing-alongs in the Freiburg region, which are becoming more and more popular since 2 decades or so. And third, in an outlook, I will ask for other forms of working with interested publics and presenting research to publics who would not go into an archive. My paper is part of an ongoing research on folk song and feelings of belonging, Heimat, at the center, the ZPKM, the Center for Popular Culture and Music. Speaking about the German folksong archives means speaking of Johann Gottfried Herder. According to the brilliant Garamantas homepage, it is possible that Herder's interest in national songs developed here in Riga. Herder's Latvian folksong collection is based on submissions by a network of correspondents. To mention this methodology is crucial because it was in use still 100 years later. The Gewährsmann-Prinzip. Reliable persons, mostly pastors and teachers, would collect songs on paper, send them into a regional archive, and guarantee for the authenticity of the materials found in their parishes. The stockings of the regional archives were copied in the central Freiburg folk song archive. So you can find the system on this example. When the Germanist John Mayer founded the German folk song archive in 1914 in Freiburg in southwestern Germany, he would link up to Herder's romantic folk song concept and also take over the method of the guaranteeing persons principle, the mentioned Gewährsmann-Prinzip or Gewährsperson-Prinzip, which is the folk song initiative started with a call to collect what is sinking into oblivion. This means that our collections, although they were compiled somehow empirically, were not collected with ethnographic methods, but mainly in a literary tradition, often compiled from elder song collections and from songbooks, but also directly noted down in interviews with elder rural people. And the collections grew very fast and nowadays comprise hundreds of thousands of archival papers of different institutional origins and genres. Many of the sources can be found online, which is unfortunately so far not very user-friendly. An overview of the collections can be found in our online library. And there are also a lot of publications and editions on the folk song collections. In 2014, the German Folk Song Archive has been transformed into a university institute, which of the Folk Song Archive collection are today the historical core among other collections. It is hardly imaginable, but so far there has never been, as I have mentioned earlier, performed ethnographic research. Why is this? I will not go into the details here, but folk music in Germany is much more uneasier a topic than in other countries. And also folk music would not be performed on conferences, as it is associated with conservatism and looking backwards, and thus not an en vogue research topic. But as a trained anthropologist, I do think that we should focus on practices and beliefs around folk songs if they have a meaning for many people. Contemporary archival research should not only focus on the gathering and editing of historical materials, but should also encompass contextualizing and analysis. So, Volkslieder singen is the title of a weekly gathering of folk song enthusiasts in Münstertal, south of Freiburg. In our region, there are at least 5 event series of this kind, and the Münstertal Folk Song Sing-Along is the most popular one. It started 21 years ago in 2003, and every Tuesday in the winter half year, between 40 and 80 men and women, most of them seniors, would come together in the Hirschen to sing and to chat with acquaintances. So the menu card of the Deer Inn offers classics such as regional sausage salad, but also Zigeuner Schnitzel, which is not longer appropriate language since many years. It also exotic dishes like toast Hawaii, a slice of white bread with ham and pineapple, which was very popular in Western Germany in the 1950s and 60s, when most of the attendees were young. The sound of the ad hoc choir is not bad, as a recording shows, and many of the singers are experienced members of singing associations, and the men often sing in men's choral societies, Männergesangsverein. On the next slide, you can find some examples of songs that are sung during the meetings. Oh, sorry, I forgot to to try if you can listen to the link. So you want to continue? Maybe it works. So just to have a short impression. It is noticeable that there is a colorful mixture of songs from the 19th century, but also many Schlager hits from the 20th century, known from folk music TV and from music films, Heimatfilme. Some songs are sung on each and every meeting, such as Bajazzo, that we have just even heard, and as well as the Bardner Lied, the regional anthem of Baden, during which everyone would stand up and put the right hand on their heart, which I, as a foreigner, find a little bit disconcerting. So other songs are less harmless, as they have a dark reception history and were sung by the German Wehrmacht during World War II. And last year we had some diplomatic complications on a regional level when a South German group performed Ein Heller und ein Batzen, a penny and a dime, in Gdansk in Poland. But at the folk song gatherings, people would not talk about such topics, or maybe these histories are unknown to the singers. Some other song texts are openly misogynist, but concerns are laughed away by one of my female interlocutors. One should simply not pay attention to the texts, says Lydia. That's just how it used to be. But if it's not the content, what is important to the singers who spend 1 or 2 hours a week in a car to get to the sing-along? So a recurring point of reference is the Heimat, having or missing a home. Songs often deal with farewell, hoped for return, longing for the beauty of the homeland. And this home is a very concrete one, the region in which you live and where most of the people come from. The singers know each other, they are from neighboring villages, and they carpool with friends to get there. Also, I am repeatedly asked where I really come from. And Lore, who I sometimes sit next to, soon recommends me that I should always practice the Alemannic dialect, and then I'll soon be an authentic Badener. It is remarkable that never is spoken openly about politics, and people behave very kindly. But still I feel uncomfortable because the beautiful home that is praised here is subcutaneously also full of national pathos and populist elements. People with migration history, or even younger people, do not exist in this world of harmony. We find here an excluding mechanism of folk songs. The folk singers are almost defiant in asserting that their place in the world and insist on their language and their established community. Terms like Zigeunerschnitzel or even the N-word are used and commented only semi-ironically. We are not allowed to say that anymore. In my research, I am documenting the song and stories like this and write field notes, which I plan to add to our song documentation. So the collected data can be integrated in our archival work and is available for future research, maybe in 110 years. For the remainder of my talk, I will present projects that I am planning and have performed with students and a colleague from the University of Music in Freiburg. The interdisciplinary project seminar with students rediscovering and disseminating archival music heritage took place from April until July 2024. And with 8 students, we researched in the archives the stories behind the songs, edited the materials, and made the concept for a lecture recital, which we performed in the Museum of New Arts in Freiburg. So you can see a photo above. And also in a clinic for people with dementia. While the people in the hospital were very passive, the museum audience joined us in singing and dancing. And as our seminar was a group with international cultural backgrounds, the music selected also reflected contemporary developments in German traditional popular music, such as the folk music of the so-called guest workers, Gastarbeiter. So the reflecting student works will also enrich our archival collections. Let me also quickly mention 3 other events, or 2. In 2023, we had a request by a French sound artist who worked with our historical field recordings for a sound installation, which took place in our neighboring region, Alsace. And in November this year, I will present our archive and my research in a community college near Freiburg. And I hope that I can establish a cooperation with this college to establish regular workshops in order to collect histories on folk songs and personal stories. I know these are very small steps in the actualization of our folk song archives, but if you want to stay relevant as research institutions, we need to relate to the issues that are appearing in our live world, and ethnographic methods enable us to do so. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Questions?
My question is about when you're talking about the group of older folks who are sort of singing, gathering and doing a sing-along, and you're encountering maybe lyrics that are not considered appropriate today. Has there been any effort on the part of any of the sort of organizers or instigators to propose the creation of new lyrics, alternate lyrics, as opposed as a middle ground to saying, we're going to sing this defiantly, and we don't care what the meaning, it's not the meaning of the words isn't important, or we choose not to sing these songs at all, as a kind of an act of creation to say, well, we're a part of a folk tradition, and we're going to just make some new lyrics that fit in, but maybe skirt around the consent issues that are often the problem in some of these songs.
Yeah, thank you. So, sometimes some lyrics are not sung, but I have no idea why, because many lyrics are not explicitly bad or anything. So, but sometimes they are not sung. So the normal recital would encompass all the lyrics, and that's it. So and the songs are not explicitly politically problematic, but they are only problematic on a lower level, on the reception level. So they can be found in soldier songbooks and have been. But everybody would say, as also Heino, a very famous folk singer in Germany, oh, well, I can't do nothing about this. So bad people would sing the songs, but that's not the fault of the songs. So it's a very under-complex reception.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask if you can tell more about the connection between those sing-along events and the archives, and kind of the broader question is what are the kind of typical users of your archives? Who are the people who approach your archives and ask, do you have this or that specific material?
So there are different developments. So in the 1970s, we had many people using the archives, many folk singers from the alternative movement. So they would consult with the archivists and find old sources to work with the materials and create new songs of like with an alternative way of thinking about folk culture, so songs of resistance and democracy. But nowadays, this does not happen. So the people which we have seen here, they would never go into an archive, and they are not studied or academically trained. They are mostly working in rural areas, and the organizer of the sing-alongs, he collected the songs in his region and copied it from other songbooks, but always told us, well, this is a very old song, and it is sung by this and them. But obviously, he copied it from a book source. So this is a paradoxon. So yes, there are also long. Actually, there are no close ties between the archive and the singers.
Do we have more questions, please?
Do you also collect the music books that they are using?
Yes, I do.
Is it like systematic? You collect everything, or it's regional, or it's like, how do you do that?
It's not systematic. So we are some colleagues in our archives. I am the only one who's doing research on folk music, but we have two more colleagues who are doing the archival documentation work. And if we get to know about a songbook or a new publication on folk music, so we would buy it for our library. So as there are some lists where all the new publications appear, so most books are covered by us. But yeah, some books might not be in our archives.
Okay, thank you once more for your presentation. So our third speaker today is Marleen Jalava, and she is from Finland. And she's a senior archivist at the Finnish Literature Society and the Collection of Traditional and Contemporary Culture.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. When I learned of the theme of this conference, I immediately saw it as a chance to look back and reflect on the 20 years I have been working with ethnographic questionnaires in Finnish Literature Society. And I noticed yesterday that I took the topic a little bit too seriously, and and I have been reflecting a little bit too far in the history. If you see the date in the PowerPoint, it's 1924. So I started working at the Finnish Literature Society archives, then Folklore archives, in 2005. From the very beginning, I have been working with ethnographic questionnaires or theme-based collection campaigns. First with acquisition, accessing, analyzing, and archiving, and later also with planning, organization, and communication. During these 2 decades, I have witnessed how collection campaigns and archival work in general have been subject to many changes and development planning. In this presentation, I'll explore some of the topics that have been targets of development and/or change in organizational planning and its impact on everyday archival work. As my source, I have utilized memos of meetings of the archives, minutes of the Folklore Advisory Board, strategies and yearly plans of activities from the past 2 decades. What I found particularly valuable are the different self-evaluation documents produced in 2007, 2011, and 2024. In my presentation, the terms ethnographic questionnaire and collection campaign are used interchangeably depending on the context. Since its foundation in 1831, collecting folklore has been one of the core functions of the Finnish Literature Society. The agendas, memos, strategic documents from the period I studied support this and demonstrate that collection campaigns have often also provoked intense discussions. In this light, it's no wonder that the amount of donators and received material have been constant topics in development agendas. Here you see one of the brochures of our ongoing collection campaigns. The members of the network of contributors have always been diligent contributors, but a great part of material is received from non-members. Promoting collection campaigns to attract the interest of a larger audience and mainstream media seems to be a never-ending challenge. It has not been entirely solved with digitalization and social media, although its ability to reach more people can't be denied. Collection campaigns receive lots of positive attention in social media, but this doesn't materialize in an increased amount of submissions. Rather than irrelevant or insignificant collection campaign themes, the problem most likely lies in the flood of information and the effortless possibility the social media offers for documenting everyday experiences. Though the question of redefining our repertoire to a more limited set of topics arises once in a while, the collection campaigns have continued to cover the entirety of life in their themes. However, campaigns on themes everybody can relate to have proved to be the most successful ones. The idea of repeating the previous topic was brought up in 2006. And indeed, A Day in the Life of a Finn was relaunched 2009, 10 years from the first round. The topic turned out to be so popular that it was repeated again in 2019. The volume of the received material has been and still is of great interest to decision makers, collaborators, researchers, and media. During 20 years, the amount of collection campaigns organized has increased a little, as we today may launch up to 10 campaigns annually. The amount of contributors per campaign has not dropped dramatically, but the length of a single response has. This trend has been explained by digitalization and how it has changed the written expression into a shorter and more efficient direction. The change in the nature of the archive material was already foreseen in the 2004-2010 strategy of the Folklore archives. At this point, as the strategy was launched, digitalization appears to have been more of a challenge than an opportunity in organizing collection campaigns. It didn't take long, though, for the digital environment and its possibilities in collecting folklore to become a regular topic in strategy documents. Up to 2009, most of the responses were submitted in analog form. Here you see collection campaigns organized from 2006 to 2011, and the average amount of respondents per year, and the blue color indicates the responses submitted in analog form. The red color indicates email, and finally green color web form. So there was quite a transformation around 2010-2011. Submitting one's response by email had been possible since 1998, but it wasn't until 2010 that responding by web form became possible. The change wasn't revolutionary from an archivist point of view. All the born digital responses were printed out and archived in paper form, after which everything was digitized. It was some 5 years ago that proper processes for making the collection campaign material accessible in digital form were created. One significant trigger in this was the implementation of GDPR in 2018, which forced us to review our personal data handling practices and make changes in the web form used in collecting responses. Slight additional changes were made last year along our website renovation project. The responses submitted by web form can fairly easily now be processed into files suitable for long-term preservation and customer service purposes. Nowadays, roughly 85% of the questionnaire material is submitted in web form. This has definitely been one of the most significant changes affecting everyday archival work during my 20 years of handling questionnaire material. Another turning point in the archival maintenance and management happened in 2006, when preserving ethnographic questionnaire and other folklore material in bindings came to an end. The practice of binding had started with the birth of the folklore archives in 1935, and it is no wonder that the decision to switch the beautiful and customer-friendly bindings into grey, acid-free archival boxes raised anxiety among the personnel. The changes in managing ethnographic questionnaire material extend to description and analyzing practices as well. The first archival data system had been launched as early as 1992. Still, 15 years later, the description relied heavily on genre analysis, which is best suitable for crystallized folklore, and a rather concise list of keywords that were seldom relevant with questionnaire material covering the entirety of human life, such as emotions. A new database, 2019, data system, introduced a plethora of description possibilities with keyword lists based on national ontologies, making the ethnographic questionnaire material metadata more accessible. Furthermore, extremely detailed content analysis has been replaced by brief description combined with a couple of relevant keywords, since in most cases the content can be reasoned from the theme of the questionnaire. Besides, a researcher studying the digital material at the archive premises is able to use the search function to find the preferred results. At the moment, we are in a process of switching into a new data system, which will make managing the questionnaire material even easier, as the actual material and its description metadata can be studied from one and the same data system for the first time. In the future, the web form material will be transferred automatically to the data system, which will be a huge development in the accession process of the material. One of the fundamental changes has been organizational, namely the merging of the folklore and literary archives into Finnish Literature Society archives in 2016. A careful study and recreation of processes was necessary to combine the two holdings with their different ways of managing material. This turned out to be helpful for the collection campaign activities, especially for establishing the team responsible for making decisions on and planning new campaigns. Last spring, the personnel of the archives gathered to discuss the state of play of our activities and practices. We used an evaluation framework designed for museums as a helping tool to pinpoint the potential areas for development. The occasion also offered a possibility to celebrate the recent and ongoing projects. Unsurprisingly, the digital processes, such as learning to utilize AI in various ways and improving accessibility, were the most highlighted. Nevertheless, the questions acknowledged decades ago, such as engaging in current topics in society and reaching diverse audience, also remain important. Recently, we decided to re-evaluate the collection campaign initiatives that had been once rejected. We ended up founding a few initiatives that are relevant and highly topical in today's world. And after studying the documents from the past decades for this presentation, I'm convinced that it's definitely worth sitting down every once in a while and reflect on the past topics, as it may well surprise us how relevant they are, or at least they may well fascinate with their boldness. What do you think of the idea presented in the Folklore Advisory Board in 2008 after a long discussion on digitalization? Should maintaining and encouraging the skill of handwriting become one of the cultural political functions of the folklore archives? That's a question, and that would be quite a change. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I wonder, have you looked into motivation behind those who answer the questionnaires, the most active probably? What motivates them?
Yeah, we actually did a research, I think it was 2017, asking from the network of contributors what motivates them to write. One point was to get the feeling of being part of something bigger, like the cultural heritage. And one is definitely using writing as a therapy. We quite often have themes that are of something that deal with something difficult, like losing a pet, war, being a refugee. And many contributors have told how it felt so much better after writing to us. And just a couple of weeks ago, I received mail from a contributor whose husband is suffering from Alzheimer, and she told me that writing to us helps her so much to deal with her everyday life and with her thoughts. So,
thank you.
I have a follow-up question after Digne's question about questionnaires. If I remember, there was this questionnaire, A Day in Life of a Finn, and the earliest one had the biggest number of questionnaires, of answers, and then less, and then there was plus 1,000, kind of looked less. And I wanted to ask what is the reason for that? Maybe there was different method, or just people are too overwhelmed with other things.
I am not quite sure what the actual reason is. I know why the last figure is vague and much smaller, because there are many schools, and it's not being counted how many pupils actually replied on this questionnaire. But one reason that often affects in the amount of the responses is the media attention. So it's possible it's been in media more like mainstream media that people have learned about it, and one reason is of course this social media that I mentioned, that people just have more possibilities to write about their everyday life in social media and blogs and such. That's definitely one reason.
Here and then some.
Very small question. How do you advertise your collection campaigns on LinkedIn?
How do we advertise them?
How do you advertise your campaigns on LinkedIn?
Actually, I'm not the right person to answer that, because I don't. It's our communications department who does that. I don't know if Outi knows how we do it in LinkedIn.
Yeah, I'm not. I cannot give you an exact answer, but our the communications department of SKOS, they have targeted advertising or campaigns on each different social media. So on LinkedIn, they use that kind of material and that kind of ideas that are most probably beneficial to use in that platform. So they vary from one media to other.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question about 2018 and the GDPR. What were the things you changed or you had to change? Could you shortly describe the situation before and after these changes?
I'm not going to invite Outi here because it's going to take half an hour if I invite her. But, well, of course, it was the consent to archiving, and it was already before that possible to respond by pseudonym, but the consent to archiving we need it definitely, and if we don't have it in the paper, we write back to them and ask for it. So that's definitely the one.
You still collect data like the year of birth or the real name? Maybe you don't publish it, but you still collect it, right?
Are you still collecting the date of the birth and what else do you ask? Personal name.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do collect. It's voluntary to give one's name, but we ask it, and we have a register into which we save the name of the respondents, and but they can also submit their responses without name. Yeah, but usually people are happy to give their name, and if we decide to publish or our researcher want to publish the response in anthology or in a long quote in a research or something, we ask permission from the respondent. So then it's good to have the contact information. Yes.
Thank you.
We also, of course, we ask the background information because it's really useful for research, like gender and occupation and place and date of birth, and those are voluntary questions also.
Thank you once again. And now it is time for our fourth and last presentation at this session. Please welcome Jacek Jackowski. He is a Polish musicologist and ethnomusicologist working at the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Sciences.
Yes, thank you. I'm very glad and happy to be here with you in the beautiful Riga. So we are a little bit late, so are we starting?
We started later, so it's fine.
Okay. According to the title of the conference, the importance of number 10 or 100, their quotient or their parts could be applied also to Ethnophone project, which is the basic topic of this report. For example, this year marks the 10th anniversary of the Ethnophone project. But from the beginning. Over 12 years ago, famous Polish ethnomusicologist Professor Jan Stęszewski raised the issue of necessity of organizing the second all-Polish folklore collecting campaign after over half a century. The first action or campaign or such type was organized on a large scale between 1950 and 1954, so after the Second World War. Said action was a trial of reconstruction pre-war audio archives which were completely destroyed during the last war. Therefore, during the campaign, the stem of new sound collection was created, which exists nowadays and is still being expanded as the present phonogram collection of the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Sciences. So this is my place of my work. However, Jan Stęszewski stressed the necessity for systematic action, both geographically and temporally. It was the right idea, but 10 years ago I got involved into the project of preparation, the report on the state of Polish traditional music culture. In the project, I was responsible for chapter Sound Collections, Resource and Availability. After almost 1 year exploration and research, it turned out that maybe we shouldn't to organize the next action, but first we must to recognize, to get to know and investigate our ethnographic heritage. The mentioned all-Polish campaign was organized at times when the recording equipment was still a dream of researchers. But after this action, in, for example, 1960s, 1970s, and then, the recording equipment was becoming more and more available both for individual research and collective excursions. So, maybe before the next campaign is planned, the basic question should be asked, do and what we know about current state of Polish documental ethnophonographic heritage. Aggregation, digitization, development, description, projects and developing of the digital repository Ethnophone are the main goals of the larger, lasting for 10 years program, Polish Traditional Music Phonogram Heritage, short Ethnophone. The project is realized by the phonographic collection of the Institute of Art of the Polish Academy of Sciences, which is the main phonogram and audiovisual scientific archive gathering documental recordings of Polish traditional songs and music. The first step of the project was to explore and to recognize the state of the ethnophonographic heritage of Polish traditional music. Many scientific and educational institutions, museums, regional associations, and private collections were explored in order to determine the state of all Polish resource of sound and the sound and video recordings documenting traditional music in various regions in 20th century and in the first decades of 21st century. The main result of the research was discovering many unknown or poorly recognized larger or smaller sound collections for the science. This way, the source base for research is becoming more rich and representative. It showed that the creation of one central digital repository gathering Polish collections could become a reliable base of objects and metadata, which allows for comparative and multi-phased study of traditional music practices, styles, and repertoire. Nowadays, more than 32 collections, scientific, museum, broadcast, regional, and even private, were aggregated in the repository. Ethnophon is a structural system, digital repository combining databases and applications dedicated to gathering, developing, indexing, datifying, describing, and sharing historical and contemporary audio and video recordings documenting Polish traditional songs and music for scientific research. The system consists of many linked sub-databases, so-called registers, in which each kind of objects are described in details. There are, among others, registers of works, songs and melodies, recordings, genres, sound and video carriers, artists, performers, recording sessions, places with geographical coordinates, publications, digitization process, and others. There are also sub-databases of photos, agreements with performers, and archives. Separate registers and a whole closely linked structure of data could show the main objects, song and music recorded, in a larger context and holistic perspective with other non-musical objects. But Ethnophon is not a platform like, for example, YouTube, but a space and a work tool for archivists and researchers. The system also allows everybody to search through the collections and get access to chosen recordings. Apart from free samples, there can be found many restricted materials, copyrighted or still remaining in the private domain. That's why the access level is strictly controlled by the administration of the Ethnophon. In order to make the collections more accessible, one of main goals of the Ethnophon project is examination of various legal aspects, for example, in the range of acquisition of new collections, recording performers and informats, and creating legal, historical, and contemporary collections of recordings. This area of the project is very problematic, especially in terms of creating an open access to material which remain out of public domain, or to materials that remain temporarily non-edited or are still in preparation for edition. Sensitive and personal data is also a field of careful research of the project. Some elaborated methods and instructions for documentarians were prepared in cooperation with the intellectual property law chair at Jagiellonian University in Krakow. So there are very good specialists, and we are co-working with them. Ethnophon is not a system dedicated to only one collection or only to archives of historical and scientific character, so it requires many new functions, extensions, solutions, additional field of description, etc. The main problem that we are facing is how to adjust this research environment to many various, sometimes significantly different audio and audiovisual collections gathering one genre of music, traditional music. After a decade of working of the Ethnophon project, the fundamental challenges and problems were framed. For example, aggregating of all of the scattered collections, both archival and more recent, and studying them shows that in many cases they were created using different methods. Some of them are similar, but many, for example, museum or private archives were created according to individual ways. One of my main problems is, for example, the huge difference in quality of descriptions, protocols, track list data about performance, etc., between various collections, or even total lack of such kind of documents. This is my favorite example with minimal set of metadata. 2 weeks ago, during the conference organized by ICTM Study Group on Sources and Archives in Berlin, I have presented the report, not only sound, and the subtitle was very important, the importance of non-recorded materials and metadata, or the eternal problem, because it is eternal problem. It was problem concerning historical recordings and also this contemporary problem, how to in sufficient way describe the material recorded. The significant differences in method of recording, selection, repertoire, etc., are a result of various purposes for creating recordings. A completely different approach is typical for collectors dedicated for scientific studies and for other dedicated, for example, by private collectors, for example, self-learning of songs. Scientific archives of recording could be also prepared in other ways. For example, the similar repertoire could be described in different ways at various times, but various specialists, for example, ethnolinguists or ethnomusicologists. Within a collection, many different recordings could be gathered. Sub-collections were also recorded by various documentarians. In one archive, many methods of recording and describing materials could function and change depending on purpose of research. The second problem is that the system combines historical and more recent materials. Development of audio recording technique has a significant influence on quality and duration of a recording made in analog and in digital era. There are also differences in conducting a recording session. Formerly, they used to be carefully planned and led in an orderly way. Contemporary sessions are conducted during observation, participation without interruption, during dancing, prayers, alive rituals of customs. The ethnophone system must include all of these kind of recordings. In order to unify the description and also to make searching process better, we, with the cooperation with the specialists from National Library, elaborated a special instruction for editing so-called field of designation. This field, in larger understanding, included name of event, first words of recording songs, titles, and important editorial remarks. This method allows us to describe recorded complex events, performances, or even mixed traditional and pop culture repertoire. Adopted method in relation to older recordings allow to keep and present also all originally saved information about recordings. The third problem is the system combines documents realized as typical field recordings and recordings of repertoire realized during stage performances, such as festivals, stagings, competitions, etc. From a new additional fields of description, the regional provenience of work is very important, especially for recordings made during the folk festivals. Many recordings realized in the 60s and later were recorded in certain place where the festival took place. In these cases, the field place of recording is not enough to describe the regional character of the song or melody because, for example, a song typical for the north part of a country could be recorded in the south part. This attitude is also useful for describing recordings of migrant, displaced people, or repatriants. In ethnophone repository, a work does not carry the same meaning as a recording. The work is understood as a performance of a song, melody, etc., which took place in certain place, time, and was performed by a certain person or people. It is a single and unique object in the repository. But one work could be represented by more than one recordings. This distinction allows us to reflect in the repository's many complicated situations. For example, if one performance was recorded by two or even more documentarians or institutions, or if in the archive the original recording and their copies are stored. In all cases, they are registrations of the same contents, but the status of holder of the carrier is another. At least we can find in one collection a carrier, for example, real tape, which should be copy and compilation of material from many various tapes or other carriers from another collection. In Ethnophone repository, we can state the one work and its recorded representations from various sources and collections. Summary. In this report, only chosen aspects and problems of Ethnophone project were discussed. A wide-ranging project shows, thanks to its research and experience, that even one of many aggregated collections could be a subject for individual research investigate project. The existence of many archives or many collections also proves that there is still a rich undiscovered heritage of sources, at least for Polish and European ethnomusicology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now it's time for some questions. Yes. There first. And
Thank you. I was wondering, in the creation of your database, did you build it from scratch? Did you start with a sort of a platform, any sort of, I guess, framework to build the system? How did that come about?
Our experience, so the origin of our experience, we can date back from maybe 20, maybe 25 years. And I work with many databases. The Microsoft Excel was the first database, but it was a long time ago. Yes, we tried to, we participated in many projects. For example, one of big project, maybe somebody remember the project, Austė, you remember, because it was our first meeting, Bismarck project, you remember, yeah? It was a project dedicated for building one pan-European database of archives with recordings. And okay, it was a good idea, but from my point of view, everything what is dedicated for everybody could be very simple, very not complicated. Yeah, you understand. But Ethnophone is, as I told you, the Ethnophone is dedicated also as a space for people working in archive. So there is the space for editors. And the second level or layer of Ethnophone is for people, yeah, for researcher. So Ethnophone has many levels. And for example, if you register in, you can find some basic information. If you ask us as administration for the advanced searching on the, we can change your account onto advanced, but you have to be, for example, a researcher, or you have to inform us about your research, about your dissertation, etc. Could be also education project, could be also artistic project. So the range of the interested people is very, very, very large.
Yes. Thank you very much. And congratulations to this very interesting project. And three very short practical questions. How did you go about finding or localizing all these collections that I understood some of them were unknown? And then second question, if there were private collections, did it result in donations to archives? And then third question, you showed different formats of recording. Has the project also involved digitalizing of sound?
Of course, yeah. So from the end, yes, we digitize everything because, but sometimes we found recordings made 10 years ago, so it was recorded on the digital. But of course, there is without digitization, yes. But we have to describe and making some metadata. So digitization. So the re-recording is only a small part of long process. Yes. But your first question is how to. Yeah, this is true photo. So you have to go to some house or to some institution, go upstairs and looking for, yeah, under the roof. And you can find, for example, a big wooden box with 5,000 of magnetic cassettes. And this is the beginning of history, yeah? And each history is exhausting for us because we found sometimes totally undiscovered and unknown recordings. So the question is worth to today make action like 50 or 70 years ago, but maybe we have to arrange some project like this or maybe bigger project to harvest everything what we have, because we don't know still what we have. Yeah, it's the digital era.
And we have 2 more questions. Maybe keep it short.
What is your legal relationships with the organization that you aggregate files and data from?
Sorry, it was also your part of the question. If it is, for example, institution, for example, other scientific institution or university or museum, it's not problematic because there is agreement. Yeah, they deposited, for example, for a year recordings in our institution. We make digitization and sometimes often the recording back to the holder because we have no space to gather everything. We of course research the condition of keeping there in original place, because it makes no sense to back the recordings to, for example, the place with characters with bad condition. Yes. But the problematic is with private collections because, for example, some years ago we found a man who still has in his house a big archival collection, big discotheque, and big and many analog equipment, audio analog equipment. Because he dealt with copying materials from people from village around. And he gave them copies, but he also, during this process, established so big private archive. But this is the problem, that he was, of course, open for us, but he was not. He has not agreements with the people who asked him to make a copies, maybe recordings. But we are working on this. So this is the very complicated example. So sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's very problematic.
One last question.
Okay,
Thanks for your presentation. It was fascinating. I'm going to ask you a question now, and I want to follow up with you afterwards about the ontologies that you maybe used to adapt for your own purposes. I don't know if you were working with CDOC or Ferber or any of these other ontologies. But the question I'll ask for now is, why limit access? What are your reasons for limiting access and requiring a contact from somebody who wants to work with to get more information? And like, what is your logic behind those kinds of restrictions, and whether it's just to get more information about people who are using the archive, or if there's some other reasons there?
The project, we are still thinking, we are still doing more open access. So it is not one decision but we are still working on to make it. So for example, next year we are going to open, I don't know, a few thousand of recordings. Yes? So this is step by step more open. But the problem is, so I will tell you some story. We edited in 2009, we edited a CD, because also I don't told you about our series of CD, yes? So normal practice of each archive, yes? Or each institution. And we edited the CD, and after 5 years, we decided to make re-edition. To make re-edition, because people asking, it was only 100 exemplars in the first edition. And my idea was to enlarge the second edition onto additional chapter in the booklet, dedicated for the short biography of the people recorded. Yeah, short biograms of the people, and we had to make some contacts with the ancestors and still alive granddaughter, grandsons. You understand? And I called the USA. Because one of ancestors of the recorded in I don't remember, 1950 recorded his, I don't remember, father, maybe grandfather, played on fiddle. And this is very interesting. We called to him, and he informed us, okay, I know your edition, and I don't agree with your attitude, because on this CD, my, let's say, grandfather maybe, plays very primitive. So this is completely different approach from archivists, ethnographers, ethnologists, ethnomusicologists, and, for example, ancestors. For us, was the Presley's recording. It was the very old style playing on bass, only rhythmical, without harmonical function. Yeah, and for ethnomusicologists, is the evidence for some for this kind of playing 100 years ago. Yeah. But it was problem with make the second edition, because it was.
That's not actually my question. My question is, why do I have to? Why can't a member of the public have access to the data that you have in your database? Why do I have to have a title in order? If I understand what you were describing in your talk. In order to get more details about your records, I have to have a qualification of some kind. That's my question.
I think we have to leave this discussion for some informal moments, because we are...
Big question.
Thank you, everyone. It's time for well-deserved lunch. And on a practical note, for those who have not received their lunch coupons, please find the registration desk upstairs, and then you'll get your coupons. Thank you, everyone. Yes, for those who are...
Hello, hello. Nice to see you here, back again. Hope you have had some tea and coffee and have left some energy to continue. So I will be the chair for this session, and thank you very much for inviting me. I personally focus on performance studies, especially performance art, and that's why movement and dance is quite close to me. So I hope I will have the sufficient expertise to lead your session. However, I would like to now invite the first speaker, Getter Lauk from Estonia. And the title of her presentation is Tracing Footsteps, Exploring the Dance Heritage of Old Voroma. I hope I pronounce it correctly. So Getter is working at the Estonian Folklore Archives and is studying folkloristics at the University of Tartu. Her main interest is ethnochoreology, and this presentation is part of her bachelor thesis. So please, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, yes, my name is Getter and I am talking about dance, and as said, it is part of my bachelor thesis, and I have also studied to be a dance teacher, so I think I have the two sides, the folkloristic side and this practical dance teacher knowledge as well. But firstly, a short overview on dance in our Estonian folklore archive. Compared to other genres, there is not that much material. And one of the reasons is that the professional collection of the dance started a bit later. The first professional descriptions are from 1913. And the reason to that is that it's quite difficult to write down a dance, since it is a really bodily thing, it's alive and a moving body, and how to write it down is quite a difficult question. And of course there has been some research about dance, but the main focus has been on practical use. So the first repertoire book was published in 1926, and this and also the following books were meant for dance groups and teachers. They often contain some general information about dance, but yes, it's quite general. Right now there is one area, island of Kihnu, that has been researched through. And in 1934, there was also a questionnaire about dance and dance culture. And from this time, we have quite many answers. The questions were formed in a way that it was quite easy to answer. You didn't need any special knowledge. But again, the quality of the answers isn't maybe that good, at least when I want to research it now. And also music and songs can give us some information about dance, but I am not focusing on it since it's only bachelor thesis and I have to pick. And this is the area we are talking about. It's in South Estonia. As you can see, it's quite big, 8 parishes. And this area shares a cultural space and a special language that is still spoken there today. And it is really interesting because it has different borders with Latvia, with Setomaa, that is a quite special cultural space in Estonia, and also impacts from Russian culture come in as well. And I also chose this area because I have some of my roots there, and it was just interesting. And when at first my idea was to research all the material that we have, I soon realized that there is more than I expected. So right now I'm focusing only on 1930s, since we have quite a lot of material from this time. We have had this questionnaire, and also many folklorists were in the field who had the knowledge how to write down a dance. And I am not focusing on the social side of the dance. I just tried to get an overview what dances were danced and what was the repertoire. And what I did, I gathered all the material to one big table. I started with good old Excel, but later moved to airtable.com. It made it a bit easier to do this work. And I also added some categories. Most important ones are generalized name and dance type. I had to generalize names because informants used a little bit different names for the same dance. For example, there is dance kaerajan, but someone said kaerajuan or kaarajan. So those small differences, I had to somehow add this generalized name. So I can do some statistics, for example. And I decided to use quite simple division. I divided dances into three groups. There are couple dances that one couple can dance and they do not need others. There are group dances where you need more than 2 persons, and solo dances, what you can dance alone. And I have 339 units of information in my table. So, yes. And my first question was what kind of material there is. And mostly there are mentionings with some general information. For example, when was this dance danced? It's called this, and it was danced 10 years ago. Then the second biggest part is just mentionings, and this is the most difficult group to work with, since I have only the name of the dance and nothing else. 21.5% of the information are descriptions that allow us to somehow reconstruct the dance, but again, the quality of those descriptions is really different. We have few photos and one really interesting notation from that time. And when I started looking into the repertoire, it was not a big surprise that mostly there were couple dances. Since during the 19th century, different round dances that are couple dances, for example, polka, were really popular in Europe. Round dances are dances that a couple can dance, and they do not have a specific movement pattern, for example, waltz or polka. And there are also many sequence dances for couples. Sequence dances are those dances that have a present pattern of movements that are followed, and a certain music goes with certain dances. So many couple dances and mostly a bit newer layer. Then we have group dances. Again, these are mostly from a bit newer layer from the 19th century. There aren't oldest circle dances, for example. And most interesting group of dances was solo dances for me. And here we can really see impacts from Setomaa and Russian culture. One solo dance for men, Kasatsk, was really often mentioned. And for example, in Setomaa, it is still danced today. And there are also solo dances that are probably from a quite old layer, some imitative dances that are believed to be one of the oldest ones. For example, there is goat dance or wind dance or imitating different birds. So these were really interesting finds. I still have some unspecified material. These are just mentionings, no more information. I hope that maybe one day I can put together this puzzle and I can tell what kind of dances these are, but not yet. And it is interesting to see how different layers exist together, those bit newer couple dances and quite old solo dances. And for me, it was really interesting to see how the first repertoire book that was published in 1926 had an impact, because 8 years later, someone already told that, yes, we danced this dance and we learned it from this book. And also sometimes dance courses were mentioned where those really, really new and fashionable dances like tango were learned and danced. So quite interesting to see what layers we have there. And here is some quite crazy diagram. There are 75 dances mentioned. Most of them were mentioned less than 10 times. It was also really common to have only 2 or even 1 mentioning. Again, some uncategorized material, because when they didn't say the name of the dance, they just describe, oh, we danced like this. And also some names could mean the same dance, but right now my main goal was to know what is just mentioned there. And definitely the most popular one is polka, 8.3%. And also many sequence dances contain elements of polka. So that was definitely the most popular one. And also other round dances were mentioned quite many times. And we also have to keep in mind that those round dances were so commonly known at the beginning of last century that these were not the main focus for collecting, because everyone knew how to dance those and they wanted to find something special. And that's also why we don't have that many descriptions on those dances, mostly mentionings. And one of the most interesting thing I found out was labajalg. It is a special Estonian dance that was mentioned 19 times, and usually it's believed, or we know that it was danced on the north and west side of Estonia. But now I found quite many mentionings from the south as well. So I don't know exactly what it means, since it is also known that sometimes labajalg was used as a general name for dance. You could say, play labajalg, and the musicians started playing whatever they felt. But yes, it's an interesting finding, and it's definitely something to research with music and maybe songs and other formats as well, to understand what it actually means. And one other special feature I found is about the dance Kaerajan. It's probably the most well-known folk dance in Estonia. Quite many mentionings and descriptions, 7.5%. And usually it is danced in a group. Usually 4 people dance it together. But from Võrumaa, we also have some descriptions where a couple can dance it. And also from Setomaa, that it is next to Võrumaa. So it could be some speciality of southern Estonia. And when we talk about archival materials, we also have to talk about people who knew this material, and especially when we're talking about dance, since dance is alive on a moving body, and bodies change with time. And the informants were mainly older people. The age range was from 34 to 84, but mostly they were in their 70s, so rather older people. And a really popular sentence that I often read was, when I was young, we danced these and these dances. So many dances were not danced actively, but they were still in a collective memory and still remembered. And usually the mind was the source of information. Most of the information comes from recalling, remembering, and describing the dance. There are not so many examples when people actually danced and showed the dance. And even if they did, firstly, we need to remember that they were older and probably they danced a bit differently than young people would have done it. And also, sometimes they had to show those dances alone. For example, here we can see a picture where Liis Peltser is showing a dance. I'm quite sure that it is supposed to be a couple's dance. She's supposed to hold hands with someone, but she's doing it alone here. And some difficulties and my own experience. The most difficult thing is that the information is quite laconic, mostly just mentionings or some kind of information. And it is quite difficult to work with this kind of material, especially when we want to dance those dances nowadays. And even the descriptions leave a room for interpretation, and we often have to fill some gaps. I have this experience that as I have danced quite a lot, and I have this experience as a dancer, my bodily knowledge sometimes can help to fill those gaps, and I can understand what is meant. But at the same time, I often really can't rely on my own knowledge. For example, what different dance names mean, what I think when this name is said versus what it was 100 years ago. So I often have to remind myself to check the archival materials, not my own knowledge. And I also have to be quite critical about big folk dance events and those repertoire books, like what kind of image they have created on my mind, and sometimes, or quite often, have to rethink it. So this was a really quick overview what I have done this far. It has been really interesting, and I hope that soon I can share even more interesting findings with you. Thank you.
Perfect timing, thank you so much. Yes, and we have 5 minutes for some questions. Is there, okay, I will take the mic. Is there anyone who would like to ask any question? Any hands? Yes, I will bring the microphone.
I was just wondering, is waltz further categorized? Like in Western Estonia, we have this maavalts, land waltz.
Yeah, there are different names, mostly just waltz, but again, Labajala valss is also one of these, and maavalss is also mentioned, so yes, there are.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Eva, I guess, was the first, yes?
Thank you. Can you tell a bit more about March as a dance? How was it practiced?
Well, there are some mentionings from this area. Right now, I really don't know. I can't give you an example, but it was mentioned quite several times, yes. And usually it had 2 parts.
I was just wondering whether the notations by Anna Raudkaits help you, or they are actually a distraction and disturbance?
Anna Raudkaits was the first professional collector, and of course it helps to understand how during this time dance was written down and notated, but she was only in Setomaa, not in Võrumaa, so I really haven't checked her work. But one thing that she did, she published this first repertoire book, and there are together those traditional dances and author dances, or dances that she had already somehow arranged. So these were published together, and it's something to really keep in mind, that these are often mixed up.
Yes, thank you. And yes, one more.
Thanks for that really thoughtful interaction with all that material. You mentioned the questionnaires. Could you give us an example of some of the questions asked in the questionnaires? And secondly, who filled out the questionnaires? Was there a network of correspondence, or how did that work? Thanks.
For example, the first question was, which dances do you know? And then there was a list of dances like this, and people usually wrote down that, yes, we know this dance, this one we don't know. Sometimes they added some information, but sometimes not. And there were also questions about the social side of the dance. And sorry, what was the second?
Was there a network of correspondents who filled out the questionnaires?
Actually, I don't really know this, but I can hopefully find it out, yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other hands? No, I think that would be it. Thank you so much for your contribution. Now it is my pleasure to give the mic and the floor to my colleague, Elina Gailīte. The title of her presentation is A Search in the Folklore Archive, choreographer Rita Zemīte. And Elina is a researcher at the Institute of Literature, Folklore and Art of the University of Latvia. Her research interests include dance history, ethnochoreology, collective and amateur creative practices in urban environments, as well as digital humanities. So please.
Hi. So, as you all know, this year the Archives of Latvian Folklore celebrates its 100th anniversary. Over the years, the Archives collection has also included choreographic materials. The genre of choreography includes games, dances, and forms in between. The context, who danced, when and how dances were performed, and how various dances have changed over times is also documented. Folk dances, stage folk dances, and the environment around it is described, as well as various fashion dances according to their respective period. Initially, more games were documented, as this genre was most often performed by children, and dances were mostly recorded by name only, without specific description. But it's not that there are no dance descriptions at all, there are, but not very many. And this could be explained both by the fact that, that in the 1920s and 30s, folklore collection was mainly written down with the help of school children, but also because, quite simply, to record dances in detail requires a more in-depth knowledge of how to do it. Dance materials have been recorded by musicians and dance enthusiasts, and also the staff of Archives of Latvian Folklore, they also have done that. And it could be said that systematic work on recording and researching choreographic materials in Archives of Latvian Folklore began with the start of folklore expeditions. From the 1940s, folklore researchers went on expeditions, and from the 50s, choreographers went with them. At the end of the 50s, Harijs Sūna, a choreographer and researcher who was very active in the field of dance, began working in the archives. He developed a method for documenting choreography during expeditions and used these materials as the basis of several monographs. There is a lot of information about him and his work is undeniably very valuable. However, Sūna was not the first one who did such dedicated work with choreography in the archive. It was done by Rita Zemīte, and her work and personality are at the center of this presentation. In 1951, the choreographer Rita Zemīte went on an expedition for the first time. Nothing much more is known about her. She arrived at the expedition site for 4 days and then went to Riga for 3 days, then returned again, and so on several times. The materials show that she worked together with the folklore researcher Alma Ancelāne to learn how expeditions work. Zemītes materials, along with those of other folklorists, consists of diaries and folklore notes. The diaries show that Zemīte attended rehearsals of stage folk dance groups, where she not only documented their repertoire and described the conditions under which they performed, but also offered advice, staged dances, and overall served on the jury for dance group competitions. It is evident that her working days began early in the morning and lasted until midnight, sometimes even until 3 a.m. At that time, dance groups in the countryside were rarely led by qualified dance teachers, but mostly by one of the dancers, managers of the cultural center, or other professionals who did not have specific knowledge of dance. So there are a lot of requests to help with these processes. And Zemīte also led dance rehearsals. For the first time, her material also included detailed drawings of dances, and interestingly, they are of different types, both the familiar schematic ones and those with human figures that you also see in the slide. The descriptions of the dances vary. There are some that are really detailed and some that are not. And if the dance is unknown, then it doesn't give much for further learning. Similar is the material in the 1952 diary and dance descriptions. Only this time the dance descriptions are on special cards, and you see them here. And it seems that more detailed dance descriptions are for those dances that were danced differently from the usual way. The more specific the dance, the better the description and drawing. But this year, interesting contextual details of the expedition emerge. During the Soviet occupation, there was a closed zone by the sea. Zemīte was detained for inspection in one of the villages by the sea because she was not allowed to go to the old people. She was only allowed to go to schools. This part of the expedition took place in mid-October, so the evenings were already dark. Zemīte writes in her diary that she drove from one village to another, but the car broke down and she was left on the road in the dark. The next day she was working again, so it seems that that was not a big problem. However, I mentioned that this took place in October, but in the diaries of other folklore researchers is written down that Zemīte also participated in July when the initial part of the expedition took place. She gave a paper on topic, the task of dance groups. The text of the paper has not been preserved, but the report mentions that she talked about the need for dance groups to participate in competitions, the need for new dances, and analyzed mistakes in dances. She told the girls not to dress up as boys. Also points out not to mix elements of dances from different nations. For new dances, music should be appropriate, and ideally new music should be composed. One of the entries in the diary of folklore researcher Vilma Grebla mentions that Zemīte did not spend the night in the same place as the other expedition members, and it turned out that she had been hospitalized. And I'll read a short caption of the text, but you can read it fully on the slide. So, the hospital ward, at least the room where our patient is extremely unbearable. Zemīte was fighting with bugs until 4 a.m. The wall by her bed looked like a battlefield, completely brown with large patches. The ward supposedly had no remedies against the bugs, and then the sick woman had killed them herself. Soup brought for lunch without a spoon, with the attitude from the staff that it would be fine anyway. 4 days later, Zemīte left to Riga for treatment. And in October, she came back to this place and continued her work, where, as I said, things did not go so smoothly. In 1954, she also took part in an expedition, and the principles are the same, and the recording practices are similar. So after reading this, of course, I wanted to know more about this choreographer to understand where she studied, what is the basis of her knowledge. It was easy to find that In 1947, a book was published by her and another choreographer called Folk Dances for Amateur Folk Dance Groups, and you can see the book cover in the slide. And in Latvia, it is usual that people who are active or well known in a particular field are relatively easy to find in the press or otherwise, and this was not the case. I called to the other author of the book, and she did not remember Zemīte. Of course, this only made me more curious. How can there be a person about whom there is no information? In one of the structural units of the National Archives of Latvia, searching both in the materials of the institutions of that time where dance-related people worked and in the documents of the Archives of Latvian Folklore, I found out her birth date, that she worked for the institution responsible for the dance sector in 1945 and 46 as an inspector. She served on the jury of the Latvian dance competition in 1957. When her passport was found, it turned out that her father was Roberts Mārtiņš Zemītis, a well-known violin builder in Latvia. And at that time, it seemed that the search would be easy, as a book had been published about the man. The researcher who authored the book did not really know anything about the daughter, only that she may have died tragically. But Zemīte's son lived in the USA. In the midst of all this searching, I also asked users of the Archives of Latvian Folklore social networks for any information they might have. And people were really active, and you can see one example in the middle, in the center of the slide, but there was nothing new. I should add that this took several years. It didn't happen in a few months, because at times it seemed like mission impossible and it had to be given up. But then a clue appeared again somewhere and the search continued. I knew that the violin builder had a granddaughter who also built violins, who lived in Latvia, so she had to be connected to Zemīte rather than his son living in the USA. But the granddaughter could not be found, both through musicians and Zemīte's colleagues. On the internet, I found a man living in the USA who could possibly be Rita Zemīte's brother's son. I wrote to him, but there was no reply. But then, after several months, he did reply, and it turned out that he was indeed Zemīte's nephew, and he gave me the contact details, and I was able to contact Rita Zemīte's daughter, Larisa Zemīte. Although the interview with her gave a lot of answer, a lot was left unanswered because she either did not remember or did not want to talk about it. And here's a short information about Rita Zemīte from her daughter's story. Zemīte was born in 1923 in Marleen parish. Both parents worked in the manor at that time. Mother was born in Russia. Brother emigrated to the USA during the occupation. Zemīte studied in Riga. During school, she was active in Gaidas, which is Girl Scouts organization. Later, she studied at the ballet school, but it's not known whether she graduated, as she is not listed in the list of graduates. She has danced at the Latvian National Opera in corps de ballet, as well as at several theaters and in films. Often danced male roles in performances, and here it is interesting that in the expedition material she later repeatedly stressed that girls should not dance boys' roles. She has led dance classes in several factories and other institutions, but officially she wasn't there a dance teacher or a choreographer, but a waiter or a checker, so her official work experience as a choreographer was not long. During the German occupation, there was an unusual period because together with another dancer, Marija Spure, they went to Germany to dance, but it is not known where and what genre of dances. And from there, they took food to Latvia as payment. And you can see in the picture from 1944 that there is a Nazi Germany stamp on the back of the picture, a reference to the photographer. In consultation with historian Kaspars Zēlis, I found out that Zemīte could hardly have had any connection with the official authorities given that her mother was from Russia and she had no German roots. Rather, it can be explained either by the possibility that the photographer simply wanted to take a picture of her, or that the photo was used somewhere for publication. The Germans like to publish, as they said, liberated people in folk costumes. This was the real picture. And anyway, when she returned to Latvia, she married Pēteris Leipš in 1946 in Moscow, and it would be interesting to find out these circumstances as well, because Leipš was believed to be linked to the communist organization. They had 2 children, daughter Larisa and son Jānis Leipš, but he died after being hit by a tram. In 1979, Rita is threatened and dies in an accident at the factory garage where she worked under mysterious circumstances. Daughter said that there was something to do with the finding of contraband which Zemīte reported. She and also a man died. The man's body was found, but Zemīte's not. It is evident that many tragic and unknown things are still present in Zemīte's story. However, after searching, it has been possible to shed some light on the work and contribution of this choreographer to the Latvian dance research. With this presentation, I wanted to draw attention to the folklore archive as an important asset, not only in the context of folklore, but also more broadly. It is worthwhile for researchers to look into folklore archives because they hold valuable contemporary evidence, contextual and historical information. This is probably already well known to folklore archivists, but it is worth remembering once in a while. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, and we have 5 minutes for questions. Are there any? Yes, please.
You should work in police as investigator. That's very, very, it kept my attention so well. Have you thought of interviewing the daughter more and maybe trying to get out some information that she's not willing to share with, or maybe to, somehow try to get from her as a source more?
Thank you. I, of course, thought about it, but I'm not sure that she will say something more about it, because she was very discreet and said just little things, because I saw that it was very hard for her, because I don't know if you saw that her father died really soon, mother, brother, so there are a lot of death, and I don't know if she really wants to remember that time.
Yes, thank you. Any other questions? Not at the moment. Probably they will come a bit later at the coffee break. Yes, thank you so much. And then we have the third speaker in this session, Matej Kratochvil from the Czech Republic, and the title of his presentation is Digital Archives of Folk Music and Dance as a Source for Folklore Revival Ensembles. And Matej is a researcher at the Department of Ethnomusicology and Ethnochoreology of Institute of Ethnology at the Czech Academy of Sciences. In his research, he focuses on contemporary transformations of musical traditions of Czech communities in the United States, and historical resources of Czech folk music, their digitalization and critical analysis. Besides his research, he teaches at the Charles University and New York University, Prague. So please welcome.
Hello, thank for the introduction and thanks for the opportunity to be here to present work not only of me personally but of our whole department. And as was mentioned, I consider myself to be an ethnomusicologist who happens to back and forth visits the archival materials. And actually in our department, me and my colleagues regularly switch between research of contemporary developments of music and dance and the historical sources and historical perspectives mediated through archival documents. We are trying to understand how the historical sources were shaped by actual living people in the past and how the creativity of people living today is in turn shaped by cultural memory mediated through these historical sources. So in my presentation, I forgot to open it, sorry. Perfect. In my presentation, I would like to give you an insight in one of our current projects, actually a project that is probably forever in progress, which tries to connect archival sources of cultural memory with current musical and dance activities. And so we are focusing on the music that is usually called traditional. And I choose this illustration because I think that the traditional can be conveniently illustrated by the image of a thread or a rope that connects the past with the present. But in the closer look, we can see that actually the metaphorical thread of tradition can be untangled to reveal that actually it's made up of several threads influencing one another. So in case of this project, I would like to stress three different sub-threads of the tradition or separate traditions that work together, which is the tradition of the folk music itself, the tradition of research and documentation of folk music and dance, and the tradition of folklore revival. And so in our current work, we are trying to take all these three traditions into account and work with them. Yeah, I just skip this just to understand that I use theoretical concepts from Felix Herbauer and more recent from Andrei Nachachevsky about various kinds of developments of tradition, including its revival, and that's where I'm heading now. Folklore revival movement. Folklore revival is a term that was already mentioned several times here. Just briefly what I mean by this term. It's a network or ecosystem of ensembles, festivals, and other institutions devoted to reviving traditional music and dance, mostly in a choreographed way on a stage for the audience or in an arranged way in musical recordings. Although roots of this movement go back to the 19th century, to the so-called national awakening, the biggest development started after the Second World War, where the folklore revival movement was heavily supported, but also heavily controlled by the communist regime, as was the situation in many formerly socialist countries. So the situation is similar. So for several decades, folklore revival movement was actually used for propaganda goals of the communist regime, but at the same time it was not just that. It fulfilled many other roles, and that was the reason why after the fall of the communism, folklore revival movement has not lost its attractivity for generations, and today in the Czech Republic it still attracts thousands of young people and continues to flourish further. There are some important characteristics. We spent several years writing or researching history of Czech folklore revival movement. We published a book which is unfortunately in Czech only, but we are working on another which will be in English. And we realized that there are several very important traits of the folklore revival movement, and one of them is very close connection with particular region or locality. So those folklore ensembles are not reviving Czech folk music. They are reviving mostly the music of a particular village or region or sub-region, which is very important if we think about the relationship between activities of these ensembles, these creative groups, and the archival materials. Because when we look at the sources from which they take their inspiration, their repertoire, and so on, they are mostly relying on published folk song or folk dances collection, and mostly they are dependent on what has been published from various regions. And there we get to the role and to the tradition of folklore research. And from starting in the mid-19th century, going all the way to the mid or the second half of the 20th century, folk song collectors, researchers, scholars, publishers have created very interesting, very rich, but at the same time, in a way, problematic image of musical and dance culture in the Czech Republic. And I think that here it's important to realize how folk songs researchers and those who create folklore archives are acting as so-called gatekeepers. I choose the photo from one of the research projects that was organized by Czech Academy of Sciences, by my home institution, in 1920s and 1930s, during the time of so-called First Republic, when they were bringing people, singers, musicians from the whole former Czechoslovakia to studio in Prague. And I think that this image perfectly illustrates how a man, he's from Slovakia, based on the costume, is handled by scholars in the studio to provide the proper sonic, in this case, because it's recording studio, sonic image of the proper national culture. Bit theorizing, just shortly, by gatekeeping, I'm using the definition of term by Israeli information scholar Karin Barzilai Nahon, who formulated very thorough concept of what gatekeeping means and who gatekeeper, both as individual or an institutional, how they influenced the flow of information. And I think that when we look at creation of archives and the work with them, this concept can be particularly useful. In the field of ethnomusicology, other terms like cultural merchants and brokers are used with stress of how academic institutions and us as academic have a privileged position in creating a particular image of particular culture. What does it mean in relation to folklore ensemble can be illustrated by this map. This is Czech Republic, and this is the illustrated where we can find the most published folk song collections. So you can see that it's not quite evenly distributed. And it illustrates that actually some regions attract more folk song collectors and have more luck being published than the other regions. So southeast, so-called Moravia, or southern Bohemia with the bagpipe tradition are kind of more attractive regions. Does it mean that other regions of the Czech Republic are less musical? Probably not. However, it's also because collectors working in these regions had often the backing of institutions that enable them to be simply more influential. So today, if you ask people from, for example, around Prague, do you have any folk songs? They very often don't know. However, in our archives, in the archive of Ethnological Institute, we know that there are some documentation, and that was a motivation for us when we started our digitalization project, which currently resides at this website. And this project was originally motivated by the need to preserve mostly written and early printed sources of folk songs and dances. And the other goal was analytical, to analyze the songs and to see if there are any formal, interesting structures and so on. But soon we realized that we also have obligation to make these sources available as much as possible to somehow compensate for the previous inequalities based on these gatekeeping mechanisms. So now we are working on this project and both digitalizing and thinking about the possible structure of such database, which now includes handwritten or printed material, but is also open in the future to recordings, historical recordings. So right now it's only in Czech, but next spring or spring 25, we are planning on running also an English version. And we are basically working with a song as a basic unit of this database. So I choose one song exactly from one of those less musical regions from the neighborhood of Prague. And this is exactly the example of material that would be collected, but had very little chance of appearing anywhere publicly. It's from a village called Zdiby, which is very close to Prague, and it's the only song collected there in 1905 by a man called Bohuslav Brauner, and it was the only song collected by him, which shows that sometimes the chance plays a great role in the way between the original field work, archive, and the public. So actually, Bohuslav Brauner was a scholar in chemistry. He was a chemist, and he just happened to write down a song in this village, and he knew about our archive, which was active already in 1905, and he sent the one song there. And there are many such examples which can somehow fill the gaps in the general idea which regions are actually more or less musical. Just about a little bit about structure. As I mentioned, we take one song written down in this way as a unit, so providing some basic information, but we also turn a song into structure that enables to compare and analyze tunes and structures of each melody. So it's open to be compared to other songs. Potentially in the future we would like to cooperate with, for example, similar archives from other countries, so that it would enable comparison between Czech, Estonian, German, Polish material. And not yet, but I'm getting close to end, so we can get to the coffee break. And we realize that in this work, current generation of researchers are acting as gatekeepers of the material that went in the previous stages of gatekeeping, both in the phase of collecting, then archiving, then publishing, where many of those folk song collections were edited by somebody else than the collector, were censored, either in the first half of the century when, for example, material that was too much felt as a German influenced was found as unfit for publication. Of course, during the second half, many religious songs and religious topics were found unfit by the communist censorship and so on. Of course, there is the whole field of erotic folk song that was basically censored out through different eras all the time. So we are trying to find out the gaps and try not to make new mistakes and new inequalities. However, of course, we are very much aware that we always will make some mistakes. So that's why we are trying to get feedback from various groups of, as we say, stakeholders, groups of people that are somehow either connected to this culture or who could be users of this database. So, for example, next week we have a workshop with people from the folklore ensembles, so that they will tell us their view of how this database might be useful for them, and maybe also to point some problematic points, because as useful it can be to untangle the thread of tradition, it can be also dangerous to reduce a song to zeros and ones, to the binary code, of which we are aware. And so in this unending work, we are trying to be always like aware of the possible complications. And that's all for now. Thank you.
I'm really surprised with the perfect timing today. That's not always the occasion, so thank you so much. So yeah, and we still have some time for the questions. So any questions? Yes, please.
I'm just wondering, thanks to the availability of your material through the database, I was just wondering, have the, I understand, more Nordic part of Czechia rediscovered that the thing that they were actually doing from time to time was singing? Have they discovered that they have a tradition of songs now?
I will use this map as a starting point. Well, this project is relatively new, so we can claim that thanks to us anybody discovered anything. But it enabled us to, both our research in archive and our research in the folklore revival movement has shown us the details, how, through which ways the ensembles look for the sources. So you are, for example, in the north parts, it seems that there is nothing. Of course, there was rich tradition, but because those regions were mostly German-speaking, so after the Second World War, the sources either were destroyed or some of them were moved to German archives, and we are trying to get the information back. And sometimes there was. So, for example, there are ensembles that have exactly one book, one small folk song collection by one man who collected songs in a certain region. And this is all they have if they want to stay regionally correct. And that's another debate, how they consider what's regionally correct. It's for another. So we cannot say that thanks to us somebody discovered, that's too soon to claim such. We hope that we will have help in the future.
Yes. Galloping over.
Could you show again the next slide, please?
This one?
Yeah, I was wondering about that piano symbol on the left. What does it have any functionality?
For the sake of brevity, I skipped about the interface, but actually, this is something that we are working now to improve or make more user-friendly. But our goal was that it enables people to really intuitively search for tunes. So you can input a tune. You have something in your mind, you can write it down on this piano, and it will tell you, okay, we have not exactly what, we have something similar. And you can search either the beginning, the melodic incipit, or inside. And on the mobile phone, you can even here with the microphone, you can whistle. And it usually works quite well depending on your stability of your tone. So we try to enable people really to intuitively find a way through archives without having to search too much. And so there are other filters about key, about kind of dance, and so on.
Thank you. I had a feeling that it has something special underneath.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm coming over with the microphone. Just a moment.
And can you also clap a rhythm and find a rhythm?
No, not now, the clapping, but you can also, I don't know if it's visible. Yeah, you can input different rhythmic values. So in case you input something in a specific rhythmic combination, it should be able to tell you. So I'm not sure about the clapping as a sound input. Actually, we have not tried this yet, but I will make notes for our web developer that we should also try this kind of input.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Not at the moment. So we have earned the coffee break. Thank you so much. And yeah.
I'm Ilga Valo-Dzābele. I work in the archives of Latvian folklore. And the first presenter today comes from Canada, Simon Olivier Gagnon. And he's going to speak about current and future oral and sound collectors, folklorists, ethnologists, and radio producers, the case of the archives, de folklore, d'ethnologie de l'Université Laval. I'm not French. Simon is you're Canadian. But I'm not Canadian as well. So Simon is a PhD student, and he has participated in community radio stations in France, Scotland, Quebec, as well as the Canadian Northwest Territories. His research interests relate to archives, memory, and community radio stations. He's also interested in alternative archive factories and social criticism. The thesis he's preparing aims to define an archival perimeter, that of community archives and radio archives, and to formalize a methodological approach. The floor is yours.
Cool. Many thanks. So many thanks for the warm welcome here in Riga. So in 1983, Philippe Joutard, one of the pioneers of oral history in France, wrote in his book Ces voix qui nous viennent du passé, that when it came to collecting oral tradition, Canadians could just as easily claim to have an autonomous and already long-standing tradition, particularly in Quebec. Joutard was referring to the well-known Chaire des Archives de Folklore de l'Université Laval. Despite this assertion, in Quebec and more broadly in French-speaking North America, reflection on oral and sound archive and their collector has so far been fragmentary. We therefore need to compile what have been done in this field to identify the autonomous and already ancient tradition to which Philippe Joutard, we said we can lay claim. Before delving into the subject, it is worthwhile to situate the subjects within a discipline that is still undefined in Quebec, an approach that could be called archival ethnology. The discipline would focus on the modalities of encounters and the context in which orals and sounds archive are recorded, preserved, and used. Although only terraced by a few francophones, including Christian Autin, the archival ethnology approach is central to my thesis. It consists in empirical field study of radio archives outside archive centers and services. First and foremost, I'm going to give you a brief introduction to the Folklore Archive at l'Université Laval. I'm going to tell you about the history of the institution, and particularly with the oral archive deposit I'm about to make. So next I'll say a few words about the digitized collection that is in the process of becoming open access. And finally, I'd like to suggest that there are emerging institutions and producers of oral and sound archive. Consequently, we might recognize other players, such as radio producer, as a generational successor to the folklorists and ethnologists of yesteryears. Such contributor could, for example, provide biographical details of local artistic personality or social movement. Before going any further, where is Quebec and what is its specificity? The Quebec nation has two origins. On the one hand, the French colonization from the 17th century, and on the other hand, the English colonization in the second half of the 18th century onwards. As a result, Quebec is the only Canadian province with a majority of French speakers, about 8 million people. So this is the province in green. There are about 7 folklore archives in Canada, and the one I'm going to talk today is the one in Quebec City. So essentially close to the St. Lawrence River. Founded in 1944, the Archives de Folklore de l'Université Laval initially included a chaire of recherche and teaching in folklore, whose aim was to study the entire French-speaking community of North America from Manitoba to Louisiana, via Maine and Acadia. The institution folklorists and ethnologists were Quebec's first generation of practitioner of oral testimony, establishing a tradition of ethnographic collecting in their own unique way. For the first generation of the ethnologists and folklorists, the campaign to collect oral tradition, both stories and traditional song, were carried out with a conscious desire to safeguard the traditional ways of life that would not be contaminated by modernity, to safeguard the fact of French-speaking culture, the culture, it was said, of the man from here, from the land. So the first campaign, led by the tenor of the time, Marius Barbeau, Luc Lacourcière, and Félix-Antoine Savard, to name but a few, were marked by an ethnography of safeguard and emergency. We can see those men on the left. Over the decades, ethnographic research shifted from a regional perspective to an urban perspective, from a focus on the traditional to the contemporary, focusing on traditional tales and song, the oral literature. Among the 1,500 collections, some of which we can see, some of which can be seen on the image, are the document of filmmaker Pierre Perrault, renowned in early 60s for his work in the cinéma direct documentary tradition, and a brief period of radio production. I'd like to say a few words about the collection that is currently being digitized. 50 years after the start of a collection at the Archives de Folklore, one of them, the collection Boutiller-Labrie, is in the process of becoming open access. Robert Boutillier and Vivienne Labrie became investigating the Acadian Peninsula in the early 70s and have been collecting songs and folk tales for the past few decades, for the 5 last decades. It's only in the recent years that the collection has been digitized, notably as a part of a project surrounding the 3rd century of Francophone migration in North America. Here are a few details about the digitized collection, a major contribution in Francophone oral tradition. We could say that this collection is the 3rd of the request that is done to the Archives de Folklore de l'Université Laval. So it will be eventually possible to browse the collection of 3,500 sound items, song, tales, legend, stories, interview, essentially in French, that have been collected in the Tracadie region from around 150 contributors. It will eventually be possible to do this by interpreter, category, genre, as well as location. The recent development of this collection provides an insight into the present and the future of traditional culture in Quebec. As can be seen here, the project would enable users to consult audio and photographic document as well as transcription. Well, it's have been proposed in plenty of other marvelous projects today and yesterday, so here is another way that it's going to be possible to access this specific collection. And we can say that as part of their project to return to the collection and archive to the community, they were able to observe a family transmission of song over 4 generations. And we can add on that during the last years, they came back to the family to get form consent to be able to put it on the internet, because 50 years ago, it was not the case. So there was all a relation with family that I cannot talk for the moment about their process, but that is incredible. So looking ahead 10 and 20 years to the century of the Archives de Folklore de l'Université Laval in 2044, it is possible to recognize a place and for new contributors in the chain of creation and interpretation of oral sources, based on the work of Florence Descamps in her book Archiver la mémoire. A passage in this book looks at the diversity of actors interested in orality and the way in which they attribute value to oral testimonies. I'll take the time to read the quote. Narrative, recorded, or film speech are value rediscovered and used for their relational, emotional, imaginative, or interpretative richness and effectiveness. In this attribution of value, the militant, the mediator, the expert of the oral source, thought few play a key role. be they researcher or curator, activist from community organization, or radio producer, member of erudite society, teacher, collectors, artist, interpreter, sound technicians, what up, scholar, and simply impassionate amateur. They are above all practitioner of the oral source and familiar with the field. I wrote a book review in the oral history review just to translate this code and to make this code accessible because I think there's something in it. They can embrace the diversity of actors and recognize the unique place of each within the process of patrimonialization of oral archives. Artists and musicians have long been recognized as important players in the exploitation and renewal of folklore archives. So here is one of the other suggestions. We had a suggestion from Estonia. This is a very interesting artist that is reenacting the folklore collection, and I suggest that y'all can listen to, and it's a good way to get in contact with this folklore, les archives de folklore de l'Université Laval. Second example, last summer, project in which I was engaged on the 100th anniversary of Quebec City Archive. The collection of the folklore de l'Université Laval was mobilized in a cabaret to tell a social history of the Central District of Quebec City. This project, which is also a podcast, was made possible with the help of testimonial from local people and thus evoke a collective popular imagination. So I dig into the found to make some excerpt pertinent and make them used by people in the cabaret. So it's a way of seeing the actuality of the folklore archive. And last example, in connection with the 10th anniversary of a historic student strike in Quebec in 2012, a podcast was produced based on campaign to gather oral testimonies. This social movement, the largest social movement in student strike in Canada, was led against neoliberal forces and rising tuition fees. The collected testimonial and podcast will soon be deposited in the folklore archives. So as the French archivist Florence Descamps seems to suggest, it's no longer just folklorists or ethnologists who play the role, as Marius Barbeau called them, of ouvriers de la cueillette, the collecting laborer. We also need to recognize the artist-interpreter, the grassroots activist, and radio producer. This is an object of reflection for the discipline we can call archival ethnology, because in the USA, since the end of the 20th century, Chicago radio host Stud Turkle contribution to oral history have been recognized. This leads us to question the existence of other practitioners and institutions producing oral and sounds archive. Could we then recognize a special status to the radio producer and give them a place as contributor in the archives of folklore? So I'm going to give you two brief examples of community radio and university that could be recognized as a subject of study for their archive. So it could be acquired in a very pragmatic and acquisition strategy or potential donation. So somehow I'm trying to draw some dotted line in between archival services and those producers that the producer are not very aware of the value of the document they are producing, and the archive staff is too busy doing what they're doing and they're not doing proactive acquisition. So Shiz and CKRL, the first example is Shiz University Radio, where one of the hosts, Emilie Rioux, produced a show with local bands and also coordinated the station 25th anniversary festivities. In her program, her live interviews with local artists reveal many biographical elements that are not recorded elsewhere. As well, the work carried out around the 25th anniversary of the station contribute to the collection of unpublished testimonial about experience of former volunteer and employee. Secondly, at the community radio CKRL, Jessica Leb in the center and Denis Leliev on the left have been started a testimonial campaign to mark the station 50th anniversary. So the one on the left, Denis Leliev, is there since 1973 and is one of the two persons active in this form of collecting. They are collecting testimonial over 40 people who have been active since the early 70s. These testimonies are recorded in studio as if they were live on radio, and what is collected can potentially become archival document preserved in the Folklore archive. With these two examples, the collection of testimonies that take place in commemorative contexts contribute to the production, could contribute to the production of potential oral archive material that could eventually be used to write the history of a radio institution, whether in written form or in a form of podcast. However, radio producers are not trained in social science or oral history methodology. They conduct live interviews. Nevertheless, the radio intervention aims to go beyond the present, beyond the here and now, to make this encounter audible to the others. In this sense, we can recognize a form of collecting by radio producer. Radio producers are for and foremost worker of the collect without being producer of archive per se. What they help to collect are not traces of French-Canadian survival, tales, songs, and customs of yesteryears, but rather fact of culture, contemporary, urban culture, including biographical element of artistic personalities, element of social movement, or snippet of collective memory. It is therefore the task of archival ethnology to examine these examples of archival production and see what they inform us about. I propose that we should now think in terms of an ethnography of the safeguarding and urgency of these radio archives, starting with a form of valorization for preservation. And those kind of valorization should not be just in academic or institutional moment, but in plenty of different form of valorization, as we have seen yesterday with the listening morning, for example. There are then a new institution producing oral and sounds archive to take into account community radio station, new contributor to the collection, radio producer, and new object of study, radio archive that can also be recognized as oral archives. Radio producer contribution, which remains too long and too often in the shadows, play a role in memory of civil society, community organization, and more broadly, protest and countercultural movement. Many thanks.
Thank you, Simo. We have 1 minute for a question. Anyone? Okay, then I will ask about these community radios. Can you describe how popular are they? How many people listen to them? In which areas, maybe?
This is normally the kind of question people ask in relation with the ads to sell ads. So it's normally very marginal. It's linked to like a very small artistic community. It would be hard to count it, and I don't know if the question of numbers of listener it's very like related to specific community that support local scene and local political movements. So it's very like margin. So it's archive from the margin, community archive, private archive that are not like.
Not many ads in those radios.
Yeah, there's ads, but yeah. Normally this question is like, we have that amount of listener, so we can sell that amount. Yeah.
All right. If no other questions, thank you, Simo, again.
Many thanks.
And as the next presenter, I'm asking Bridget Hammond from USA. Her speech is called 90+10, Securing the Future of a Folk Festival Archive. Bridget is the archivist and logistics coordinator of the National Council of the Traditional Arts in Maryland, USA, where she documents the organization's 90-year history and traditional arts and traditional arts and music presentation. She has a background in dance and theater, earning her Bachelor of Arts from Northwestern University. She completed her graduate education in 2021, earning dual masters in library and information science and history from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. She currently works remotely from the mountains of Vermont, and when she's not archiving, you can find her producing music festivals, gardening, and learning to ski.
Thank you so much. That was a lot of personal information you all just got about me. Okay, how do I... Just open it. Okay. Oh no. Well, I'm so sorry. Here we go. Okay, that's me. Full screen? Full screen. Okay, I can do that. Oh my gosh, thank you. Okay, great, thank you. Hi everyone, thank you so much for having me. As mentioned in my introduction, my name is Bridget Hammond. I am the archivist and festival logistics coordinator for the National Council for the Traditional Arts, which I will abbreviate here as NCTA because it's a long title, based in Maryland, USA, just outside of Washington, D.C. The NCTA is a nonprofit organization dedicated to the presentation and proliferation of folk and traditional arts in the United States through free programming, bringing together artisans and performers from the US and around the world together to share their cultural heritage with audiences across the country. Founded in 1933, we are one of the oldest arts organizations in the US and one of the oldest producers of folk festivals in the country. We are a small organization that has created its archive through production rather than collection. Instead of an archival institution, we are an institution with an archive. And we are not alone. Many folkloric and arts and culture organizations have, whether through active collecting or simply the process of day-to-day operations, created archives and have a desire to preserve and provide access to these treasures. And like us, many of these organizations with archives find their resources severely stretched by the growing desire for free, open, digitally accessible collections. As the Archives of Latvian Folklore here in Riga reaches its 100th anniversary, NCTA has just reached its 90th. With this milestone behind us and the celebration of America's 250th birthday just ahead in 2026, we've been in a state of reflection about our future. Using the NCTA archive as an entry point, today I will discuss the difficulties and potential solutions that small cultural organizations will continue to face in the next decade. I will focus on the benefits and challenges of collaboration with larger archival institutions as a potential solution to resource scarcity, using NCTA's relationship and shared collection stewardship with the Library of Congress's American Folklife Center. Through explication of my own experience, I invite other small organizations with archives to imagine their own secure futures. Ooh. All right, one of my photographs has disappeared, but that's okay. You still get one. The National Folk Festival Association, as the NCTA was originally known, was founded in 1933 by theater director and amateur folklorist Sarah Gertrude Knott, pictured here. The first National Folk Festival was held the following year in St. Louis, Missouri. Since then, 28 different cities across the US have played host to the festival. The NCTA archive began growing in earnest in 1971 when we began systematically recording the performances at each of our events. Hundreds of hours of professionally engineered audio recordings are added to the archive each year. In his 1996 archival assessment, folklorist and archivist Dr. Frederick Stilo deemed our 6,000 plus hours of recordings technically superior to almost any comparable archival collection and an exceptional and irreplaceable body of primary resource material. Given the value of the collection and the limitations of space, staff time, and public knowledge about the archive, observations that are unfortunately still true today, as they were 28 years ago. Stilo recommended partnership with an archival institution that would have the resources to house and preserve the collection indefinitely. In 2001, through a combined purchase and gift agreement, the Library of Congress purchased our physical audio, film, video, and associated paper collection for inclusion in the Archive of Folk Culture at the library's American Folklife Center. This initial agreement sketched out a plan for not only acquisition of these analog originals, but the creation of digital access copies to be completed in-house at NCTA with materials and funds provided by the library. The entire process was slated to be wrapped up by 2004. Exactly, yeah. I laughed when I saw that too. As agreements have been renewed and the project has gone on longer than expected, surprising nobody, the brief has shifted from DATs and CDs to WAV and MP3 files, and the scope has narrowed exclusively to our audio materials. With Library of Congress funding and supplemental federal and private grants, NCTA was able to hire a musician turned self-taught audio archivist, Dudley Connell, pictured here, to digitize our reel-to-reel tapes and create a massive database compatible with the library's own system, which at the time in the 2000s was Microsoft Access. Yeah. After 23 years, we are almost done with the digitization and transfer of our audio through 2008. While over 6,000 recordings and their associated metadata now live in off-site Library of Congress storage, 90 years worth of video, programs, posters, photographs, and institutional records are still in our Maryland office, and since May of 2022, this has been my charge. In the context of this conference, in front of all of you lovely professionals here, I identify myself as an archivist first, logistics coordinator second. In reality, the hierarchy of those roles is reversed. I spend 8 months of my year producing our festivals, and the other 4 I get to devote to the 192 square feet, or 17.84 square meters, that serves as our archive. I'm essentially a 1/3 full-time equivalent employee. And again, my organization is not alone. According to the A-Census All Archivists and Administrators surveys, which were 2 US surveys of archivists and memory workers conducted in 2021, 12.3% of respondents work in another profession or occupation besides archives, but with archives-related responsibilities. Also, as mentioned, I live in Vermont. I actually live closer to Simone than I do to my archival collection. So with the resources I have, I've been able to replace our shelving. We're getting a little bit more high-tech, as you can see here. I've updated our climate control and monitoring system and begun rehousing our materials. Last spring, I invited the American Folklife Center's archival staff to our offices to discuss the future of our partnership as we reach the final stages of this audio project. And after delving into the history of my organization's relationship with the library, and now being a key part of that relationship myself, I have some lessons learned and considerations for other organizations thinking about such a partnership. First, resource scarcity affects all sizes of institutions. The ability to share resources does not equal an infinite supply of them. When was the last time you met an archivist who wasn't facing a backlog, a staffing, funding, or space shortage, or all of the above? Again, according to a census of archival administrators with annual operating budgets over $100,000, which is a lot, 72% reported staffing as a major challenge facing their institution, 64% reported lack of storage space, 57% reported lack of funding. Over the years, the Library of Congress has had the resources to purchase parts of our collection, to provide a permanent, preservation-friendly environment, create and publish a finding aid for our collection, and provide the resources to set up our own in-house audio lab and database. But we didn't just hand things over and walk away. Many of our collection materials, including the bulk of our digitized audio, have been donated to the library by us rather than purchased from us. And while they provided the materials and the specifications for digitization, again, it was an NCTA employee who did the work, subsidized by outside grant money obtained by us. Partnership still requires staff time, money, and patience. Second, when your archive becomes dispersed across multiple repositories, it can become difficult to intellectually and electronically recombine the pieces. Well, someday I hope to have a database, and I certainly have some folks in this room I need to talk to about their very cool databases. I currently refer researchers who come to me to the Library of Congress collection because they, at the very least, have a finding aid and a full inventory, which I am still working on for our materials in our office. Also, as digital preservation and metadata standards change and organizations adapt new schema and technologies at varying rates, the potential for dissociation increases. I mentioned that our database was built using Microsoft Access. The Library of Congress has since migrated to a new system. Our offices have since switched from PC to Mac, except for one machine, which is our audio archivist's old computer, our only means of interface with the database he built, which houses the metadata for all 6,000 plus hours of audio. Yes, I do lose sleep over that. It's backed up, don't worry. But it proves what we all already know. Digital preservation skills are essential to today's archivists. Again, quoting from A-Census, 56% of respondents named digital preservation as their top priority for professional development. While tailoring our system to the library's specs made life easier for this specific project, we made it difficult for our future selves to share or even access our own data. We now recognize the need for a wider outlook and consistent periodic reevaluation of the digital preservation landscape. And my last point is the one that has the largest impact on our archival outlook as a whole. Be prepared to reevaluate your collection and preservation priorities. Last winter, I conducted interviews with some of my colleagues and stakeholders at the NCTA to determine what we want to preserve, the story we want to tell with our archives, and what we think would be valuable in augmenting the story of the existing audio collection at the Library of Congress. In our meeting with the American Folklife Center in the spring, we learned that we have overlapping but still differing priorities, where we see our value as not only documentarians of folk and traditional artists, but as part of the history of arts presentation in the US. We are a historically predominantly white, predominantly establishment organization, and our kind is overrepresented in the story of American folklore. Where the library sees our value is in the records we have of artists and expressive cultures and cultural practices absent from or underrepresented in the archive. For the library, presenting artists in the context of their work with the NCTA is much less of a priority, but for us, that context is our entire organizational legacy. For some of my colleagues, it's their life's work. It was an eye-opening conversation for us, and I think it's one that will happen more often as major memory institutions work to be more inclusive and representative of traditionally excluded and marginalized groups. Folklorists are wonderful at seeing the significance in everything, and they tend to want to keep everything. Archivists must enforce perspective. And we are all on board with giving the library whatever can fit this brief, but that raises some important questions for my future as an archivist in my organization. What do we want to do with the rest of the stuff that we find important? Do we take on telling our story, the story of arts presentation? Do we have the time, the money? Will anyone 10 or 100 years from now find it of lasting value? So the point of this presentation here is to invite other small organizations with archives to imagine their own secure futures. I've presented partnership with a larger archival institution as one solution with some considerations. I'm here to hopefully reach some of you who find yourselves in similar situations or work with archives that are in similar situations. In the same way that community archives have been gaining recognition in the US as a distinct category with its own set of considerations, I believe it would be beneficial to begin thinking about small and very small organizations with archives as a group and to facilitate knowledge sharing on an appropriate scale. I can find plenty of resources on how to design a climate control system for an entire storage facility, but really I just need someone to tell me why my mobile AC unit is no longer blowing cold air into my small room. Perhaps if we have more collaboration and more opportunities for archives of similar sizes to work together and share knowledge, we could all benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Yes.
Thank you very much. I can relate to many of your stories.
Wonderful.
I have a two-part question. First, what are you going to do with the video now that you're finishing with the audio? And second one, when I was going through similar processes with envisioning collaboration with a larger institution, or when I read about community archives working with larger institutions, very often the responsibility of providing access still remains with the originating institution because they're connected with the communities they work with and they document, right? So I was just curious if you could expand a little bit on how it...
So the video, as I mentioned in the initial agreement, I think when everyone was thinking very optimistically about how long this whole process would take, we were also going to be digitizing all of the video. That has not been the case. I'm currently looking at a grant that would help us with that process. Provides funding for an outside an outside vendor to do the digitization. So fingers crossed that we get that submitted and accepted. In terms of providing access, that is kind of the big question that we're facing right now. Currently, as I mentioned, the only access that exists is really through the Library of Congress and, putting as many pointers as we can in that direction. However, the collection is still very much, you have to go to the library to listen to it. It isn't read, or, they could send you a digital copy, but it's not just readily available. So that is something that I'm trying to work out with my colleagues. I eventually would love to have my own database that can, link what they've already done with the materials that are still in our office. And I actually have an intern starting soon, and I'm hoping that we can I know I'm super excited, hoping that we can get that process started. But again, it is a matter of, I have 4 months out of the year to work on this, so it could take another decade, at least, to get there. Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? Yeah.
Just a small question. Yeah. Could you open a bit up what kind of event is Folk Festival?
Yes, so the Folk Festival, and I would love someday to go into more about the history of the Folk Festival in the United States. Essentially, and as I'm learning, seems to be sort of the case with many countries around the world, in the 1930s, 1940s, there was, in the US, we had a very resurgence in interest in folk practice throughout the United States. And anthropologists went around and collected songs and stories and dances and all of this. And at the same time, there was sort of this movement to want to bring these groups, which started out as sort of your very sort of Eurocentric American groups who would perform traditional dances, songs from, wherever their original ancestors came from, emigrated over from. Today, the Folk Festival is thankfully a bit broader. We still have those groups come, but we also bring in basically any performer, artisan, or anything who is part of a culturally meaningful and culturally specific practice that has been really passed down from teacher to student, sort of apprenticeship style. So the festivals we produce, we have blues musicians, we have katak dancers, we had a flea circus. Any of these sorts of we try to make it as varied as possible, but any of these really culturally important practices.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we ran out of time. Thank you, Bridget. Good luck with your AC units.
Thank you. We'll figure it out.
And I also hope that Library of Congress one day would offer online access to the archives, because they also have Latvian collection there. As the next presenter, I'm greeting Eduards Grieznis from Latvia, but he studies in UK. The name of his presentation is Towards Greater Interaction with Folksong Archives. And Eduards is an accomplished pianist, composer, and lecturer. He has a master's degree from the Guildhall School of Music and Drama in London and has won several awards. Eduards has been broadcast and interviewed on Latvia's national classical music radio station and on national television. He has also released a solo piano album in 2017 and is currently in a final year as a PhD student at the London College of Music.
Paldies, thank you. I'm really glad to be here today. Thank you for the kind introductions. 1 second, I'm just going to open up. I have 2 copies today. I'm looking here, but I'm moving the slides on the other side. Okay, yes, so as quick introduction, I'm Eduards Grieznis. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the London College of Music. And I just wanted to give a quick context. As already Ilga kindly explained, I come from the field of classical music. So I'm also not an archivist. I just wanted to accentuate that. I'm also, I wouldn't class myself as an ethnomusicologist. I would say I'm passionate for folk music. I've started playing Latvian folk instrument Kokle with great passion, and I'm playing in an ensemble. And the interest comes from composing myself. I've done a few folk song arrangements, piano folk song arrangements, and you will see some parallels between the classical music and ethnomusicology today. Yes, but I will make some archival points afterwards. And the topic is Towards Greater Interaction with Folk Song Archives. As a quick brief, I'm going to, the order of the presentation is going to be as follows. There's going to be a brief background about the topic I'm going to talk about. Then I'm going to share some archival findings. And in the end, I will try to advocate for greater interaction with folk song archives and inclusion of folk song arrangements and improvisations in the folk song catalogue. And followed by, hopefully, your very kind questions. The preliminary part of my practice-based multidisciplinary PhD research from 2021 to 2024 investigated piano folk music arrangement and improvisation traditions in Latvia and the UK. In early 20th century music, there is a parallel that can be drawn between 2 countries. The UK and Latvia, where experimentation with folk song arrangements starts to emerge through the works of Ralph Vaughan Williams, Percy Grainger, and Jāzeps Vītols, as quoted by Torgāns, a patriarch of Latvian music. Vītols was composing folk song arrangements described by Grāvītis as musical landscapes in a virtuosic technique intended to be performed by professional pianist performers. Latvian books Jāzeps Vītols un Latviešu tautas dziesma author Grāvītis suggests that such virtuosic and imaginative landscapes are something new at the time, offering a valuable addition to Latvian piano music, which is at its development stage by then. In comparison to conventional way of arranging different composers' original works, I would argue that folk song arrangements have the added cultural significance to them closely linked to one's identity and even nationality. Such difference is often lacking further examination. As an example, in his composition, British composer-pianist Michael Finnessy merges the old folk music with contemporary compositional techniques. In contrast to Granger's or Vitos's focus on their native folk songs, quote, "The Sussex folk song is the only genuine English element in the piece, or indeed in the entire folklore cycle," as argued in Byron's article Archaeology of the Self, Michael Finnessy's Folklore, in 2003. The composer is seemingly less interested in transforming his own native folk songs. Instead, he has produced what Byron calls, quote, "personal folklore, a collection of elements that has been influential for one singular person," end of quote. Finnessy is communicating socio-political stories through folklore as a culturally diverse but highly politicized tool. My research was inspired by a piece of music by Lucija Garuta, a prominent Latvian pianist, educator, and composer. The piece was an arrangement for piano in the form of a main theme and 10 variations of a Latvian folk song called Arājiņi Acētāji, translated as Plowmen Threshers. In 2007, I made my first ever studio recording of this Latvian folk song. This piece had never been recorded before, although it was composed in 1951 and published in 1979. After examining the archives of Latvian folklore and the archives of Latvia's national radio in 2021, I found out that this was not only the first audio recording of the piece, but also probably the only first sonic layer, instrumental, not vocal, of the folk melody itself. Now I'd like to play you a short, I promise, extract of this, just the main theme. Here we are. Two problems I noticed and I wanted to discuss today. The first problem is, because a full list of folk song arrangements is not archived as a separate entity in Latvia, but added to the overall list of authors' compositions instead, it remains difficult to locate all the folk song arrangements at any given time. I propose to investigate whether there is another way of cataloging that would be more beneficial both for scholars and performers in the future. Secondly, the unrecorded folk song audio files and historic field recordings are not currently centralized in any database. Aside from the main collections identified in the archives of Latvian folklore, there could be far more in other locations, but I personally haven't discovered these elsewhere as of yet. It could be argued, of course, that there are performers who have been performing it live in concerts. That is definitely possible. But if we're talking about archives as such, therefore, I would suggest that the technological advances of the 21st century allow creation of such records, which would in turn enable new research avenues. Adhering to the conference's theme, in this paper, I suggest that we reconsider archiving solutions that would allow for easier filtering of folk songs without sonic layers. To do this, however, greater interaction with the folk song archives by practitioners and music enthusiasts, including those from different musical disciplines and the wider society, is encouraged. My own archival findings from a perspective of a practitioner in the classical music field proves just that. My passion for folk music and greater interaction with the folk song archives has enabled such archival explorations. What I propose is to enable a separate catalogue entry for entries by composers and improvisers themselves. Here, the practitioners could enter their newest folk song arrangements next to folk song's original source and their past works on the song's theme as well. In turn, such entry would either add to the already existing list of folk song sonic layers or offer a first-ever sonic layer of its own. I suggest that this entry is created under the overarching folk song in question, next to its origins, location, field singer details, etc., saving the time one would spend searching for such arrangements, improvisations in other catalogues. Here, I'd like to refer to the Roud indexes that probably all of you know of, devised and compiled by Steve Roud, which includes 3 databases housed on the Wowan Williams Memorial Library website. The Folk Song Index, as one example, is a web-based resource aimed at assisting individuals in locating traditional folk songs in English from various regions across the globe. A diverse range of sources, including books, journals, newspapers, manuscripts, field recordings, published audio recordings, and online materials, contains songs and evidence of singing, all of which are incorporated. Whilst creation of such new database, proposed earlier, might require a large amount of resources, an open access format might be designed to allow composers and improvisers themselves to enter such details so that in the future relevant arrangements and or improvisations are identifiable under one record. And I'm going towards the end. I'm going to make it very short. Yes, so I do appreciate that this might be a very resourceful task. I wonder whether it's even possible to collect all the past folk song arrangements in one database. That would take a huge amount of resources. I guess what an idea I had was that if we start from a specific date, let's say from 2025, we suggest for composers and practitioners to add these notes in a specific place online, that might help us if we start from a certain point without thinking too much what happened in the past. But then we would connect those dots by going in different archives before that 2025 timeframe, for instance. That's just one short theory I had. And yes, in conclusion, it is me. Feel free to connect on either platforms. That's my email address as well. And I would really like to discuss this further, either now or afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. Well, we are great with the time, so go on with your questions. Everyone just smiling. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Edward. Yeah, I really think you raise a very great question, because for especially since, I think since folk revival, it was kind of like almost two ideologically separate kind of folk music interpreters, those ones from classical music who do the arrangements and have no clue about traditional music, and then those ones and so on. And your idea is really to kind of put it together and kind of see folk music in use in kind of bigger picture, so I really appreciate that. I don't even have a question, I just wanted to tell that it's a good idea.
Thank you. Just to add to that also, I think I'll dare say, from the classical field now, going more into the musicology, I do see there's this invisible wall now and again, and I don't think it's helping either of the parts. I would really like to advocate for bringing us together and not always thinking about amateur professional labels. I don't think it always helps. Yes, thank you, Eva, for that.
thank you for presentation. My question, or maybe some impulse to think, your suggestion to make this catalogue of arrangements of folk songs is very good. But my question would be, what would you choose as the heading of cataloguing items? The text of the song or the melody? And I will explain why I'm asking this, because in Latvian tradition differs in terms of songs from many other traditions in that the relation between text and melody, it's not stable. Most of Latvian folk song texts are quatrains, which are quite freely, chains of those quatrains are made by performers just on the spot, reflecting the situation. And composers, when they are making their arrangements, so they pick up one, a second, a third quatrain, make their own text. And actually, if we think of the names of the songs, usually it is the first line of the first quatrain. Now, it's a bit complicated to say that this song and to give just the name of the first line, and we cannot name it a song. It's actually one of anchors, how they are. So anyway, my question is, melody or text would be in that catalogue?
Great question, and actually it's a very long topic on another discussion, but just to add to that, as I've been looking through the folk song arrangements, I found one thing that slightly worried me, is that many folk song instrumental arrangements do not have any association with the text, and I don't think that's correct. I think whoever is performing, they need to know at least the first two lines have to be there. And what I did in my research, I found that Jāzeps Vītols' 2 volumes, one published in a German publisher, they had 2 lines in. One more recent one, I think 2007, had none of the texts in. That's another actually issue that I think, because we need to appreciate the fact that this is oral tradition with texts. So I really respect that. What title to give? I had an image of the already existing entries that you have in the archives, the original folk song title as it is already, and the way I've envisioned is something similar to what Eva was saying yesterday, that there's an interpretation tab added there, and people could enter it there. Nothing entirely globally different, but adding to already existing. But as a separate entity, how to name it, that's for archivists, you know much better. But I think it should be underneath, could be in the notes entry or wherever, but at least it's at one place. Instead of, when I was doing my research, I had to go through so many different sources, trying to make connotations with this folk song. Why? If it is in a way associated with it.
Thank you. Yeah, indeed, great and big question to be discussed after tonight.
Definitely.
Thank you, Edwards.
Thank you, everyone.
And now I kindly invite last presenter of today, who, as far as I know, has a little surprise for all of us. Ilja Šnaivejs is from Latvia and USA. The name of his presentation is Black Rooster Meets the Golden Peacock, Discovering and Recovering the Emilis Melngailis Jewish Music Collection. Ilja is originally from Riga, Latvia, now based in Brooklyn, New York, and he's an accordionist, multi-instrumentalist, educator, composer, arranger, and producer of Yiddish music. With expertise spanning from traditional klezmer accordion to experimental and fusion projects, Ilja performs and teaches at Jewish festivals around the world in venues ranging from your local synagogue catering hall to Carnegie Hall. Ilja is a founding member of Berlin's Neukölln Klezmer Sessions and Städtel Berlin Festival, a long-time faculty member of Yiddish Summer Weimar as well. I shall stop with your bio because it's very long and you need help.
They told me to send the bio. Thank you. So, as you gather from my bio, I am not an archivist, or I'm very tangentially related to academia, and but so I kind of feel a little bit out of place, but also at home here, in a way out of place because I'm not, primarily a scholar. I'm sort of a scholar practitioner, as you could say, but also feel at home because, literally I'm from Riga, and also because I like archives. I love archives. I'm very dependent on archives in my work, and on all of your amazing work, to create the music that I want to create using those archives. So hopefully I'll give you a little window into what happens with these materials, with these manuscripts, after they leave the archives. Hopefully this will work, and hopefully this will work. As as a musician, I like to improvise, so join me as I navigate my notes and my thoughts and this presentation. This will be revealed later. What is the Black Rooster Capella? Who is the Black Rooster, and what is a capella? So I'll start with a short story, and then we'll finish with a song. That's the surprise. So in 1899, Emilis Melngailis. Oh, sorry, the wrong thing. Too many presentations. Here we go. Emilis Melngailis, who looked in 1899, he was about 25, so he probably looked more like this. He was a student at the St. Petersburg Conservatory. He was a composition student. He was not involved in folklore collection. He was a little bit exposed to it, according to his own memoirs, but he was not really, he was studying classical music, real music, one could say, and or people certainly have said that before. But he ended up in the summer. He needed a job, so he went to Lithuania, to a small town called Kėdainiai, and he found a job teaching German in the local manor of the Count Totenleben. As he wrote in his diary, everything there was more interesting than in the castle, the city next to the castle. The houses had old-fashioned facades, the Catholic church was of a peculiar construction. And once, while walking through town, I heard this, an old Jew singing an enchanting melody, a melody unlike anything imagined by such Jewish composers as Meyerbeer, Mendelssohn, or Rubinstein. This was indeed the song that this is the top is the page from his notebooks that are currently stored at the Latvian Folklore Archives, and they're accessible online through Garamatė Salve. Thanks again for making this accessible. I've only spent a lot of time on their website. And the bottom is from one of his books. I think it's from 1953 publication of Latvian folk music, where this is the only song that was published during Melngailis' lifetime, the only Jewish song. The song is quite, it was quite a popular song at the time, and there are many versions here, some from different collections of the same text or melody, or similar text and melodies. We see the variation recorded by Melngailis is slightly different, quite different enough to be a variation, but unclear whether the accidentals, the different notes in the melody are mistakes or a variant, or just Melngailis' interpretation of what the singers were singing when they were singing, not maybe in between the notes. We don't know. Anyway, Melngailis stopped, sat down, took out his notebook and began to write. The next day came with a larger notebook and began transcribing. And a young man from the Jewish intelligentsia helped him capture the text, which they did in two forms, Latin letters and in Old Jewish scripts. For a few weeks, they had put together a little collection of 120 melodies. Actually, I should correct this. He says after a week, he put a collection of 120 melodies with photographs, not these photographs. Unfortunately, when Melngelis returned to St. Petersburg, he donated this collection to the the Russian National Geographical Society. He also didn't quite know what to do with it, and the collection is believed to have been lost during the Russian Revolution. And so what we had of the Jewish music collection is the notes that remained in his notebooks, in his drafts. So out of these 120 songs that he collected in 1899, it is estimated between 4 and 14 songs have remained. The rest of the collection, which looks a bit something like this is the front page of one of the two notebooks plus some additional materials in other parts of the collection of his notes. It's about 60 songs. There's some repetitions. Again, we don't know if those repetitions are variations or he just forgot that he wrote it down again. There are a lot of questions with this collection. Melngelis, over the course of his career, he collected Jewish music a number of times. He didn't specifically set out to collect Jewish music, but so there was some in Lithuania, in Latvia, and the collection looks a little bit something like this. I'm gonna go through. As you see, some notes, some music has notes, some music doesn't have notes, or rather text, and some songs are more popular, like the song Hovo Nogilo. Some songs are quite rare. Researchers have researched this collection, and it was published partially in 1983 by Max Goldin. Most of it was published in 2012 by Kevin Carnes. It's all, again, as I said, available on the Garimatas website. Since 2012, me and my colleagues work on reconstructing this collection, finding the rest of the texts, finding the rest of the music, figuring out what exactly are the questionable notes in these notes. And originally we recorded a big part of this collection for the Museum Jews in Latvia. In the past 2 years, me and my colleagues, some of whom are here, some of whom is Ilga, are working on recording and making a musical project with this collection, which is exploring the things, balancing between being historically accurate and also kind of authentic, historically accurate to the history of then and historically accurate to today, because there is no way of actually playing this music as it was performed by for Melngelis. We don't know how it sounded. We can assume based on this and other collections and some recordings, but ultimately, what we can do is take it and make some music. At least that's how I feel. So, and in our project, which is called the Black Rooster Capella, Black Rooster is translation of last name of Emilis Melngelis, and Capella means a band in Yiddish. So we not only play the Jewish music collection repertoire, but we combine it with Latvian music that he collected. So Melngelis, after this first encounter, he went on to become the most prolific folk music collector, possibly, and he collected over 5,000 songs, most of which were published during his lifetime. And so now we're adding this Jewish music collection to it. And actually, I'm very excited because there's an album with the Black Rooster Capella that is finished and will be released in about a month, December 2nd. upstairs in the concert hall on the day of the 100 years anniversary of the archives. So there will also be, in the nearest future, coming out a book with, so it's a musical CD, but it's also a book with extensive liner notes, much more that I had the time to tell you in the last 10 minutes. But yeah, definitely, stay tuned, follow us everywhere, and we'll come perform to your city, maybe the National Folk Festival in the European-centric slot. And yeah, I will stop here. There's so much more I could tell you. Maybe if you have some questions, please ask me the questions, and we'll finish with a little bit of a musical presentation.
So, yes?
Elias, thank you very much. You are doing amazing job making alive the music which was recorded and so on. You mentioned Max Goldin. In 1985, Max Goldin presented for the music chair of conservatory a collection of 300 Jewish songs from Latvia. Do you have any idea where this collection has gone?
I don't, although I'm wondering if you're talking about the Ginsburg-Murray collection, the Ginsburg-Murray publication, which was, it was a publication that was around the same time as Melngalis went to Lithuania in 1899. It was 1898 and 99, they collected, or they asked other people, they asked inform people from the Pale of Sail, mostly the Baltic area, Latvia, Lithuania. They asked people to collect and send in folk songs. And they published about 354 songs, and but they were only texts. There were no melodies. For technical reasons and other reasons, I know that some people sent in the melodies, and maybe we'll find them someday, although it's been 125 years since then. So I don't know, they might be in some archive. Also maybe we'll find that original collection of 120 songs in some archive. I don't know if you know any people who can do that. If anyone can do it, it's you. But it was very interesting, especially for this, because this collection, again, we had song texts, we had no melodies, and then Melngalis collected melodies with not enough text. So, and actually some of them, as we figured out, there's a whole detective story there, where the brother of one of the informants for the Ginsburg and Murray collection was the young man from Jewish intelligentsia that Melngalis mentioned. They had the same last name, and then people were speculating, are they related? Are they the same person? But they were indeed brothers, and yeah, I guess he was talking about this collection. Yeah.
It might be the same. But if we find something else, you know where to give it, to whom.
Thank you for interesting presentation. I would like to say that the town of Kėdainiai, where the songs were collected, was announced to be capital of culture in 2026. Oh. It is very soon, so maybe it is possible to perform those songs in the synagogue of Kėdainiai, which is also the concert hall, or maybe even in Šiauliai, in Frankel Museum. And it would be very interesting to write to the Museum of Kėdainiai. The workers, the staff would be very interested with the songs and with this performance.
Thank you for mentioning this. In fact, after our album presentation on December 2nd here, we're going on a little tour to the places where Melngalis collected his songs, going to Ludza, December 6th, and we're going to Vidriji,
where he was born.
And then on December 12th, we're actually performing in Keidanai at the museum. We got in touch with the museum. They were very nice. They sent us photos, and I'm really looking forward to going there just to walk the same path as Melngalis and see, maybe I'll hear some folk songs and start transcribing and change my whole life.
So yeah, I think let the music speak then after, and see this as a little advertisement for the centenary celebration of the Archives of Latvian Folklore in the 2nd of December.
All right. And this song is actually from as you can see on the bottom there, it says text no G Marika gramatas lapas pusidevs and chetri, it means text from the G Marek book. G Marek is not one person. Two people, Ginsburg and Marek, those are the last names, but I'm not sure what Melngalis meant exactly, but he noted that in his, that this melody, the text appears in the collection, so we found different texts. Usually it's quite a serious song about what it means to be a Jew, and all the religious rituals you go through during the day. But in this parody, as you can see, it is about something that's even more important. Anyway. Was mir seinen mir, aber jeden seinen mir, was mir tun mir, aber immer lassen mir, was mir seinen mir, aber jeden seinen mir, was mir tun mir, aber nimmt es essen mir, was mir seinen mir, aber jeden seinen mir, was mir tun mir, aber noch schön essen mir, was mir seinen mir, aber jeden seinen mir, was mir tun mir, aber weiter essen mir. Was mir seinen mir, aber jeden seinen mir, was mir tun mir, aber haben das gemessen mir, was mir seinen mir, aber jeden seinen mir, was mir tun mir, aber kein was essen mir, was mir seinen mir, aber jeden seinen mir, was mir tun mir, aber ziemlich essen mir, was mir seinen mir, aber jeden seinen mir, was mir tun mir, aber Vogel essen mir. Paldies, labu est gribu, un yeah. Thank you very much.
And now back to academic role. We are opening an exhibition as well today, upstairs in the Friends Hall. It is about the revival movement of folklore, about the key moments. So everyone welcome upstairs, and later you will have a speech from the curators of the exhibition. Thank you.